Yeah, it looks like a few people had popped into the chat before I got on here. Awesome. Kind of an impromptu live stream again today, y'all. For those of you who are watching this after the fact, I'll go ahead and give you the rundown of what I'm doing while I wait on my live stream audience to get the email notifications and start popping in. I'm out here on Watts Bar Reservoir of the Tennessee River today. Going to do some fishing this morning. It's football weekend here. NFL starts this weekend, and I don't really want to do any editing, so I was coming out to fish today. And I thought, you know, I'm gonna go live because I don't really want to fool with editing a normal video this weekend. So we're gonna see if we can get some fish on live stream this morning. Right now, I'm kind of just drifting with the wind, working my way along kind of a deeper hole. I'm gonna make a few passes through here this morning, kind of circle around and try to put my baits in front of some fish. I'm very limited on bait. Yesterday evening, I got 2 skipjack and 2 small white bass, and then I got some scraps left over from a few days ago. So very limited on bait. We could go through it possibly very quick, but need some fish to be cooperative for that. So we'll see how that goes. But we're probably gonna be a short trip today anyway, from the number of bass boaters I've seen on the way out here today. Insane. I mean, it's a Friday, sure. We're beginning the weekend, but there must be some big tournament going on either today or tomorrow or something, because I've seen a bunch of bass boats on the way out. I'm using a little backwoods launch site over here where I put the kayak in. I had to wait in line to get the kayak in this morning. So there's some big tournament going on either today or this weekend. But nevertheless, we're gonna hopefully catch some catfish out here this morning. I already got lines in, just dropped them down right before I went live. So we cooking right now, y'all. We cooking. Oh yeah, so we already got people in the chat here. Let me see what's going on. There's Penny in Kentucky. What's going on, Penny? There's fishing with Big Mike. I bet you Big Mike's on the excavator right now. He's moving earth and watching me. Glad to have. There's Gil Reinecke. Jigman Jesse, Taylor B. There's Jason Descent. What's going on, man? He's a Catfish Club member. Travis Gentry says, take bids on action. Man, I hope so, Travis. I hope we get on some fish today. I've been doing pretty good lately, and I ain't fished here in a while. I come here today because, again, I didn't really want to do any editing this weekend for a regular video. I knew I had cell service here, so we're going to try it out. But the pattern I've been on has been getting some fish. My last couple trips out on Watts Bar, I've gotten some good flatheads in that kind of 40s, high 40s depths. And then yesterday I hit Fort Loudon, which I didn't film a video. I was out there fishing with my buddy Daniel, doing some prototype testing on a product he's going to have coming out. But yesterday got some good blues in around 50, 60 feet depth. So right now I'm fishing 50 feet deep, just kind of drifting along here. So we'll see. We'll see if we get on, see if that pattern continues here where I'm at. Let's see. Boy, something big popped up here. Where'd that go? CP Outdoors, $4.99. He says, morning, Justin. Hope you get some gollywoppers. Thank you, CP. I hope I do too, man. Thank you for supporting the channel, buddy. Oh, my goodness. Ed from Oklahoma. What's up, Ed? Early out there where Ed's at. Early. $49.99. He says, let's get some whoppers this morning. Buddy, I hope we do, man. I hope we do. Ed's probably under a welding mask right now. He's listening to this stream. Thank you for that super chat there, Ed. I appreciate the hell out of you, buddy. There's Josh, Carp and Catfish Baits Tips and Tricks. What's up, man? Brittany McIntyre. Hope Tommy has a good day at school. Cody Reese in the house. Oh, man. There's Ryan Bort's Blue Collar Life with $1.99. He says, can't stay, headed to get bait for a tournament. Well, good luck with that, Ryan. Y'all, Ryan Bort's is the reason I'm in this slot tournament this month, so I didn't want to fish. Ain't nobody signed up. It's like 4 of us signed up for the slot tournament. And I hate to measure fish if I ain't getting paid for it. It's just a God's honest truth. I hate measuring catfish, especially the small ones, you know. And so Ryan wants to beat me in that King Cat tournament, and it's next month. It's like I am Ryan Bort's Super Bowl for him to beat me. And unfortunately, he wasn't going to get the chance to beat me next month unless I signed up this month, because I'd only fished 3 tournaments. And even though I had won all 3 of them this year, in the points race, you get points for every tournament you sign up for and finish in and whatnot. I didn't have enough points. I wasn't going to qualify for the King Cat tournament unless I signed up this month. So Ryan Bortz is the reason that I am fishing in the slot tournament this month. I'm trying to make his dreams come true when he beats me next month, if he can get it done. I've offered to lay down for him and let him have it if it means that much to him. He says he don't want to win it like that. He wants to beat me outright. So we'll see if he can get it done. I feel like I did have a rod get hit. I see why I'm getting hit too. Look at this right here on the graph. A little something, something right there. Now this one's getting nibbled on. We'll come across some fish right here. I think it's just dinks. Giving us a little taparoo. Tap, tap, taparoo there. Oh, here we go. We got, oh, he still got it. I thought he let it go. Oh, goodness. Oh, boy, he's pulling now, man. He's pulling now. That one just took off on me. Ed from Oklahoma, that got me started with a big super chat, man. This one's for you, buddy. This one's going to be a good one right here. I don't think this is the same fish that hit initially. It didn't act like a big fish, but boy, then it took off. Y'all looking right into the sun right now. I don't know how well you can see what's going on. It's supposed to be cloudy today, but well, as you can see, ain't but about one cloud in the sky, and it ain't gonna block that sun, so we're gonna roll with it out here. I think tomorrow we're supposed to get a bunch of rain. That's why I was wanting to kind of burn through the bait I got, because I'm just gonna watch football this weekend. I may get out Sunday morning and try to get some bait or something, or maybe do some carp fishing, but I'm taking the weekend. What we got here? Let's get this thing up here. Is this a blue or a flathead? I'm still looking into the sun. I can't see. Get over here, fish. I want to get a look at you now. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to, bear with me a minute here, y'all. I'm going to turn a little bit so I can actually get a look at this fish without the glare. Oh man, that's a blue. That's a fun sizer. Boy, he ain't nearly as big as I thought he was. He ain't nearly as big. That was a nice fight for that size of fish. Boy, if all these fish are gonna fight like this today, we're in for a good time. Let me set you up here in the mount, y'all. Let me set you up there. Ed, Oklahoma, buddy, this one's for you. Take that welding mask off a minute so you can see this thing. Get my glove here. We'll make sure this fish is tired out, because I'm in my Old Town kayak today. I don't have a lot of floor space in here. I don't want this fish flopping around and acting a fool right here on top of my feet. I've been rocking the Old Town kayak this past week. The YouTube fishing season is over. My fishing season never ends, but on YouTube it's over for me. I'm at that point in the year where I just don't get a lot of views anymore. And if I ain't getting a lot of views, I don't really care about making a lot of videos, so I'm gonna fish out of the kayak that's the most fun. Oh, Ed, this fish is barely hooked, buddy. Okay, here we go. He's barely hooked, Ed. I want you to look at this. Well, he's hooked better than I thought. It looked like he just skin hooked right here by the eyeball. By gosh, we got him, Ed. There you go, buddy. That's a little fun sizer. He fought above his weight class. I'm looking in the sun. I'm gonna get my glasses here in a minute, but nice fish. Good way to start the trip. Nice. All right. Well, first things first, I'm gonna get my sunglasses, or else I'm gonna be blinded out here. And then we're gonna get into the bait on. In this kayak here, I've only got 2 rod holders. So right now we only got 1 bait in the water. But like I was saying, my channel is very seasonal on YouTube. I get a lot of views in the summer, fall, winter, early spring, not so much. And my other kayak, my Hobie kayak, I've got it rigged out to the max. You know, I've got the motor, I've got the live scope. It's a lot bigger. I can carry more stuff. Pretty much do anything I want to do in it, cover more water, get there quickly, all that. Great for YouTube purposes, but I'm one of those weirdos. I like kayak fishing because, well, I like fishing out of a kayak. And the smaller the kayak, the more narrow the platform, the more fun it is. You get towed around a little bit. You go on that kayak sleigh ride. That's what got me into kayak fishing. And this kayak is a lot more fun to catch fish out of. So I've been, since normally it's after Labor Day when my views really just tank. This year it was earlier, a little bit earlier. And so I was like, well, I'm gonna fish out of this kayak a little more here this fall and winter and stuff, and just focus on me. If I don't get as much content, well, it ain't the end of the world, you know. So anyway, that's that long-winded story nobody wanted to hear. Here's just another bait going down. That's a chunk. I got a chunk and a head. And we're just gonna let the wind, I don't have a lot of current out here this morning, but the wind is blowing right downstream and I'm moving a half a mile an hour. So we're gonna drift down a little ways. I'll pedal up. We'll make another pass, kind of hit. We're gonna fish a big wide swath area of this morning. That's my plan. I've got cell phone service right here in kind of this area. So I don't wanna go down too far because I'm afraid I'll run out of service. And I don't want to go up this direction too far because I expect the fish to kind of be in here. So we're going to work this area real thoroughly. Hopefully, we ain't going to see a lot of bass boats. I saw them on the way here. It looked like they were going to the big ramp over there across town. So I don't know. I would have thought if they were having a tournament today, it would have already started, but I bet they're out practicing for it. Like I said, there was a line of them to get into the launch site that I used this morning. But yet out here right now, I'm not really seeing a lot of them. So hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully we own the right section of the river not to have to deal with those people today. Let me scroll up there. We dedicated that fish to Ed. Let me see if I can figure out where the hell we left off at. Okay, there was Ryan's comment. I was talking about how I'm gonna make his dreams come true by him beating me next month. We got Keith Doc Reed in the house. He says, catch me a flathead, hit me with a 5-spot. Thank you, Keith. We just might, Keith. I've been on a good flathead bite lately. So, again, I don't know about down here where I'm at, but the depth and the type of place that I'm fishing today is kind of where I've been getting flatheads. So we'll see. Possibilities there, buddy. Thank you for that super chat, my man. Boy, I'm way behind on the chat here, y'all. I'm gonna scroll down a little bit. There's Piglet Road Outdoors. What's going on there? Cool Cats Fishing. Pontoon Jody in the house as I spray slobber out my mouth. What's up, Jody? There's Chris's custom engraven Catfish Club member. Thank you so much, man. James Shuey. He's asking about my mom. She ain't gonna be in here in the chat box today, James. Her and my dad's going up to Pigeon Forge today. They going up there playing tourist or something. You'd think they go during the week when nobody's up there, but instead they going on Friday, so they probably hit a bunch of traffic. Todd Hamilton said he's finally here for a live stream. Glad to have you, buddy. Nate R says, I'm his favorite YouTuber. Well, thank you. There's Josh Wagner. Yeah, I got my pliers, William Hanshaw. That I did. Dadgummit, I took my finger off. There it is. Ed says, heck yeah, that's how we want to start a Friday. I agree, man. I like starting out with a fun size or bigger. It's nice to get that first one out of the way, too. I've been on kind of a morning bite lately. The other day, I was on a good bite. I was catching fish, and by about 9:30, it was like a light switch flipped, and they were shut off. I was still coming across fish. I was seeing them on the graph. I'd see them come up and look at my baits, but they wouldn't touch it. It was just game over at 9:30. And yesterday, I was off the water by 9:30, 10, but it was, I was getting the fish out there early then too, so. Let's see. Florida Fishing Guru, so let's change that. Let's get 500,000 views. Good luck, man. I've been doing YouTube for years, and ever post Labor Day, you can chart my views on a graph, and it just goes. And normally I see it like older videos, things from the summer, things that were performing well and get a lot of views. Again, light switch, just boom, they just stop getting views all of a sudden. And that's what happened there a week or so back. Just all those videos that was performing and, getting 1,000, 2,000 views a day, those home run videos, they just suddenly just stopped getting anything. And that's the YouTube algorithm, because it's just the way it is. People, especially in the kayak fishing genre, it's more of a summertime activity for the casual person. They're searching more fishing content in the late spring and summer months. And once we get into this time of year, that demographic often switches. You've got hunting season starting right now. Bow season started for a lot of places. Football season started. Kids are back at school. So fishing views just kind of typically go down. Seems like the people fishing out of boats, their views last longer than mine. But every year, man, you can set your watch to it on this channel. But the good thing about having kind of a off season, if you will, is it allows me to do some stuff like, I'm in this kayak. If business was still booming, I'd probably be fishing out of the Hobie again today. And again, I've been having a lot of fun fishing out of this. It's more fun experience catching fish out of this kayak. I'm not going to catch as many. I can't go as far. I can't do the things I can do in my bigger kayak with the motor, but it's maximizing fun. And the other thing, like last year, I was able to kind of play with my camera a little bit. I got a new camera, playing with the fancy microphone, and if I go out and, lose footage because I don't know what the hell I'm doing with technology, not the end of the world, versus when you have something go wrong in the summer, that could have been one of them home run videos, So better to kind of mess around and experiment with stuff in the off season. So that's one perk of having that downtime. But yeah, it would be nice, but I don't envision this winter being different than any of the others. Douglas Mellon said you remembered the Kayak Catfish hat this morning. Yeah, I remember to put it on. Got to sell a few of them in the live stream, It may be winter, still got bills to pay. Freddie Coggins. $100, Freddie, my gosh, Freddie, what's going on? He says, catch a big one for me. Well, I'm sure as hell going to try, Freddie. Good gosh, thank you so much, man. That's awesome. Freddie Coggins. I was going to ask if you was any kin to David, I think it's Goggins, David Goggins. I follow him on the Instagram there. He's got all that motivational stuff. He's funny as hell. Thank you so much there, Freddie. Man, that's awesome of you. You're a good man. I don't care what they say. Making my day here, Freddie. Steve says, thanks for being there for those of us that are too old and broken down to get out anymore. Well, thank you, Steve. I'm glad you enjoy the stuff, man. Well, there is my mom. I guess she's tuning in while they're driving there. Don't be watching me and driving. I'll put you to sleep at the wheel. Mark Beschel, he's watched too much. He's picking up a Tennessee accent. Will Loy in the house. Black Magic Angling with $9.99. He says, at work listening in. Can't wait to go fishing for blues after, though. Well, thank you for that, Black Magic. Now, I hope you get on some blues, man. Hopefully, wherever you're at this evening, there's low pleasure boat traffic and good weather. Billy Daltrey, Catfish Club member, says, good morning, Justin. Just wanted to let you know your raw and uncut videos are great. Great job. Well, thank you, Billy. I'm glad you liking them. Those videos have been a total experiment, and I'm still up in the air about the long-term viability. It's weird, you know, most time you post a video on YouTube, the bulk of your views are going to come in the first 24 to 48 hours on a normal video. With my live stream replays, that rod got hit. That's on that head bait. Go ahead and eat that thing, buddy. There it goes. There it goes. Let's get Freddie one here, y'all. If I can get the camera back in the chest, let's reel Freddie Coggins in one. Is he still on there? Yeah, he got it. He got that old head bait. Or the stinger fly under it. He don't feel very big for a head bait. Freddie Coggins Super Chat's way bigger than this fish. Freddie, I probably dedicated this one to you too soon here because I seen that head bait go down. I thought this is the one for you, Freddie, but we're gonna get him up here and realize that he just had a big appetite. He's a small fish with a big appetite, Freddie. This fish here, he's like one of them old men at the Shoney's buffet, man. He walks in there, got 2 plates full, and he comes back to the table. That's how them old men at the Shoney's are. Come up here, fish. Get up here. Fish, I want you to apologize for being so small. Freddie Coggins hit me up. Freddie, there you go, buddy. Hey, hold on, Freddie. Hang on, Freddie. I don't want to wear that stinger fly. There we go. Freddie, this fish says he's sorry for being so little. He didn't mean to be that small. I don't know what that fish is doing, trying to tear up my head bait. Doggone it. That's another fish, though. That's another bite. I'm kind of just drifting at random out here, y'all. I don't normally like doing that, but this, you know, this area, it kind of goes down into a little depression here, and we're just gonna work it. We're gonna drift down, go back up, drift down again, make a few passes through here. Anyway, Freddie, that fish is for you, buddy. Even though you deserved one better than that. That fish will grow up big someday. We'll catch him again 20 years from now, and he'll be worthwhile. Anyway, I was saying though, y'all, about the views. So normal video, 24, 48 hours. Bulk of your views. A live stream replay, it's a slow build. I'll have 6,000 to 8,000 views in the first 48 hours after a live stream has ended and whatnot. But then you look back a month later and a live stream replay will have 30,000 to 50,000 views. They just slowly grow. And I've noticed the same thing with these raw and uncut videos, these ultralight videos I've been doing. My views in the first day are awful. I mean, awful. Like yesterday, I had like 500 views in the first hour, and of course YouTube gives you those notifications like, this video is ranked 10 out of 10. Fewer regular viewers are choosing to watch, and they're watching for less amount of time, and you know, blah, blah, blah. Basically, YouTube's telling you you suck. That's what they do. And so, you know, it's terrible views for the first day or two. That's how it was on those other raw and uncut videos. But then you look back, the one 2 weeks ago, 50-something thousand views. It was my best performing video from that week of videos that I put out. The one from last week, same thing. I told the girlfriend last week, I was like, well, we're done with this raw and uncut, man, because I had like 4,000 views in 10 hours or something like that. I was like, we're done with this crap. And then you look at it now, 30-something thousand views. It was my best performing video. It beat my catfishing videos out. So I don't understand it. It's something different. It's a total experiment. I'm going to keep playing with it. As long as people watch, I'll do it because I like me some ultralight fishing. It's a whole lot easier on me. It's like these live streams. I can just go out, turn the camera on, fish. When I get home, you know, obviously live stream, when I'm done, I'm done. When I'm doing the unedited videos, I got to upload it on the computer there, put the footage into iMovie, save the file, upload to YouTube, but I don't have any time editing. So that's the time consuming part. So I'm like, if people want to watch, if you're into it, if there's an audience for it, by gosh, I'll do it because, you know, again, I like me some ultralight fishing and I like not editing. So if we can get the views, even if it takes a while to get them, I'm all about it, man. Let's see what else we got here. I'm off on these long-winded stories that nobody wants to hear. Levi Williams' bow season there in Arkansas starts on 27th of September. Yeah, it's coming. They opening up all over the country. Paul Lane, I've got some Shimano Takotas on these rods, 600 size. Todd Hamilton said I should go on Joe Rogan's podcast. But I wish you could get me the hookup on there. If you know Joe, send him a message. I don't know him. I ain't got a line of contact to get in touch with him there. I don't think I'm on Joe's radar. Oh, here's Todd Hamilton again. He hit me down there again with a super chat. 10 Spot, he said the same thing. You should go on Joe Rogan's podcast. By the way, the uncut videos are awesome. Well, thank you, Todd. I'm glad you like the uncut videos, and I appreciate the super chat, man. Again, you reach out to Joe Rogan for me there. I've got plenty to say if he wants to put me on the show. There's Daniel Duran in the house. What's going on? Pappy James says, I cannot wrap my head around people are actually making money fishing on YouTube. It's amazing. Can anybody tell me what makes you watch this? I'm a fisherman. I know why I'm watching. Well, Pappy, there you go. Your dumb ass is watching. So that's why we're able to make money. If you have an audience, then YouTube can sell advertisements. They make their money through commercials. So the fact that you're watching me or anybody else on YouTube, they can go to advertisers, Coca-Cola and Pepsi and whoever the hell else, BMW cars, and say, look how many people we can put your product in front of. Here's what it's going to cost you. And thankfully, YouTube splits a little bit of those proceeds with people like me who come on to YouTube to do this. So that's how we're able to put a little coin in our pocket there, Pappy James. I'm thankful for it too, because I'd much rather be out here than doing what I used to do before I was doing this. Oh boy, here we go. Sandra Hillary, Florida Channel Catfishing. She's in the Survivor League, football league with me, y'all. She says, you picked Denver, I went with the Colts. Let me tell you something, Sandra. The Colts have bit me before. And when I went out, I got knocked out on week 1 a few years back because I picked the Colts. It was Phillip Rivers' first year there in Indianapolis. I picked them to beat Jacksonville. It was the only game Jacksonville won all year. I don't like Indianapolis. I used to when Peyton Manning played for them because I'm from Tennessee. Peyton Manning, he could run for governor and win in a landslide here because he's Peyton Manning. But be careful with Indianapolis, Sandra. You may go out week 1. I know everybody thinks Matt Ryan's going to be the Indianapolis savior, but I ain't sold on him. I'm glad you joined, though, Sandra. I had several people. I need to get a head count of how many people joined the league from the channel here. I was counting them up last night on the league, but there's a lot of people. The football league, it's under our real names, and there's a lot of people here on YouTube that are using screen names and stuff, and I don't know who they are with their real name. So I need to figure out a way to kind of figure out who we should probably get like a side pool or something, a side bet going on which one of us in this group outlasts the others. It might be a fun thing to do. I know we had several people. We had several more people. The Survivor League, y'all, I think the league started last night because first game of the season was the Thursday night games. I think the cutoff to join has passed. If you still want to join, possibly, you might reach out to our league commissioner. There's a YouTube community post with his email on there. I don't know if you can get in or not. If you can, you'd have to pick a game this weekend. Once week 1 is done, it's for sure. You can't not make a pick and stay in the league. So, but it's pretty fun. I play it every year, and this is my year. By gosh, this is the year I'm winning. I'm due. And I need Russell Wilson to win on Monday night. I need him to stick it to Seattle. I think he's going to. I thought about going with Baltimore because Baltimore's playing the Jets. Zach Wilson's out. It's the Jets. Kind of back and forth on that, but I think I'm going to take Russell Wilson. Tommy Bones in the house. Hey, James Shuey, thanks for stopping by, buddy. Always good to see you in here. Tiffany, I don't think anybody had picked the Rams last night. Somebody picked Buffalo last night, which I thought was a dumb move because you know Buffalo is going to win some games this year. They're an easy pick for just about any game. I was surprised somebody took them against the Rams, which granted it ended up being a blowout, but I thought it would be a more competitive game than what it was. So somebody had some either balls or stupidity to take Buffalo last night in our league, but somebody did. We'll lose some people quick in this league. There's always upsets. Every year by week 6, definitely by week 8, over half the league has been knocked out every year. It's just without fail. It seems like such an easy concept, just pick a winner. But it's hard because of those upsets, and then as you get deeper on into the year, and once you've picked a team, you can't pick them again. So you knock out those really good teams early, and then by the end of the year, you're picking your Clevelands and your Jacksonvilles and your Atlantas and those type of teams. So it's more challenging than it seems. Carp and catfish baits, I am going to Texas in November. My Buffalo trip is the 15th, 16th, and 17th. Fishing 3 days for the Buffalo. I think I still haven't bought my plane ticket. I'm waiting to see. I'm trying to work some other trips, either before or after that. Try to go after Alligator Gar, hook up with some other fishermen down there. So I'm trying to get everything coordinated with when I'm going to be fishing and where, and then get my plane ticket. But definitely the Buffalo trip is set, 15th, 16th, and 17th of November. So I'll be down there around those days. Let's see. Big E. I mean, as far as the Tennessee River, man, Big E, you can, any of the boat ramps or public parks would be where I'd tell you to go if you don't have a boat. There's a list on the TWRA website. There's I forget, it's somewhere on there because I found the link and I've given it to people before, but it's got a list of like all the public access spots. And so I'd tell you to hit that up and check out those places. Gary Wormy Rich caught 2 fish so far. Got a fun sizer and a small. Tommy Bounds says, I watched your raw and uncut ultralight fishing last night. It was a good way to spend a couple hours. Well, thank you, Tommy. Brent Brown, the membership thing there is $10 a month. Thank you for your interest in it. Adam Polk said the pleasure boats that got the finger got 70,000. Yeah, that was one of my better performing videos. That's what pisses me off about YouTube, man. It's that kind of stuff that gets views. It ain't the stuff that you want to post. You know, one of them last videos I got there, got a big flathead, didn't hardly do worth the crap. You know, didn't get a lot of views. Got hit with a low ad rate on it, so didn't make anything. And it's like those type of videos bomb, but the videos where I get pissed off on my trip and say or do something, those are the videos that take off. The same thing like a couple weeks ago on Facebook. I'll tell this story again that nobody wants to hear. I was fishing my buddy Mark from Deuces Ball Fishing Charters. He was making a bait run, invited me out, so catch some skipjack. And we get back to the car and buzzards had destroyed my car. They had either, I said they had crapped all over it, but people, the internet, gotta love the internet, informed me that buzzards apparently don't crap, they puke. Who knew? I don't know. Either way, some form of buzzard bodily fluid is all over my car, and they have eaten the rubber liner, whatever, around my windshield. Anyway, I go home. I'll do a little Facebook vlog, rant, etc. Now, I've posted a lot of videos like this in the past, fishing videos, little updates, yada, yada, yada. For whatever reason, though, this buzzard vomit crap video takes off. It's went as viral as I have ever went on Facebook. It's gotten, at this point now, I think it's gotten like 500,000 views. I've reached 700 and some odd thousand people. But it's like, of all videos to take off, it's not a big fish. It's not a unique fish. It's not something cool or positive happening. It's a day where buzzards spray their bodily fluids and chew up rubber on my car. Like, that's what sells on the internet. The people on there, man, the people on that post though, y'all, amazing. Because when you go viral like that, you hit a new audience, like way outside the box of what you normally get. And so the comments, oh my God, the comment box on that video, I just keep blocking people. Like anytime somebody pops up that they're either an idiot or rude or whatever, I block their ass, because I'm like, I feel like the comment box is a privilege, not a right. So if there's somebody I don't want to interact with, they gone. Anyway, about every third comment on this Facebook video, I've blocked them, because it's all politics, man. You wouldn't believe, like, these buzzards, again, they've either puked or crapped all over my car and ate the rubber. Totally nothing to do with politics. Nothing. You can't, I don't even know what branch of the tree you could reach toward to bring politics into it. Every third comment, though, at least, it's somebody, oh, well, Biden sent them buzzards to you there, or they crapped all over you because Tennessee's a red state, or, you know, and I'm like, and sometimes just out of boredom or curiosity, I'll click on the profile, because I've got these people stereotyped, man. I've got them patterned. It's always somebody that's age 60 and up. I click on their profile. They're going to be divorced. They're going to post political posts and share shit all day long that's going to get 3 likes from the handful of friends and family they still got that'll interact with them. They're just miserable human beings, but for whatever reason, anytime something comes up, their first thought is it's government related. I'm like, what a bunch of... Anyway, I won't, because there could be some of these people watching right now. I won't try not to be too offensive today. But I can't stand people like that. So I just block them. But it's like when you go have like a viral type thing like that, you're going to deal with all of those idiots, man. But yeah, I mean, I've blocked so many people from that. It's insane. And it totally dissuaded me from doing something. I'm off on another long-winded rant here, but hell, y'all tuned in for this mess. We got a fish here breaking up my rant. Good, fish. You've come along at a good time. Thank you, fish. Thank you. We needed you. I was going to tell people my other stupid idea that I was going to do. I'm still going to tell the story. Why not? I think this fish is coming. No, he's still on there. If he's still on there, either my bait's foul hooked or we got a really tiny fish. We got a really tiny fish. He's still got the bait on there, though. Thank you, fish. Thank you for not throwing that bait off. Let me get the camera up here a second. Here's Pfeiffer's Fishing, popped up with $2.22. Pfeiffer. This fish weighs about 2.2 ounces, so. Oh, he's mad about it too. He's mad about it. Hang on. Let me hold my feet up here, y'all, till this fish is done. I don't want to get a fin or a hook in me. This fish is very upset with me. I've offended this fish's grandpa, who talks about politics on CNN all day long, and this fish is going to tell me about it. Pfeiffer, that's your fish there, buddy. Anyway, he left me the bait. He threw it off the hook, but it landed here in the floor, so that's a win. I'm going to finish out my rant here before I get back to the chat box, because God knows I ain't offended enough people yet. So I had this stupid idea recently. It was really stupid. A lot of people have told me this is stupid, but anyway, for life experience purposes, I was strongly considering doing it. So we had our local elections here recently, back in August. And these people, these local politicians really piss me off because it's 2022. And every time I pull up to a stop sign or a red light, all you see is political signs, right? Vote for Jim Bob Cooter here for mayor or county clerk or whatever, you know. And I'm like, it's 2022. We're in the golden age of social media. Why the hell are you littering the roadside with signs with your name on it? Like, if you have to litter the side of the road to get your name in front of people in 2022, you're too damn stupid to be running my county. So anyway, I'm pissed off at those people, right? And so I'm like, I wonder how many votes these people are getting. And I went down the rabbit hole, right? So I looked up how many votes it took to win these local elections. And I was blown away at how few votes it takes to win any office in my home county. So then I was like, well, hell, it don't take many votes. I wonder what these jobs are paying. And I looked it up, and you wouldn't believe, y'all. County clerk, Loudoun County clerk. I live in Loudoun County, Tennessee. $79,000. Register of Deeds, $79,000. These are damn good paying jobs that takes virtually no votes to get. And so I was like, well, what would be the easiest job for me to get in local politics, right? And so I looked up, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be the county commissioner job because it gets very few votes. And ultimately, you only have to go to one meeting a month. And it's a small, the county commissioner, it's like $8,000. It's 10% of what the mayor gets. But still, $8,000 for one meeting a month, I'm like, this might be a cool life experience to just run for this. Because with my big social media following, especially here locally where I live, I'm like, I bet I could get me 1,500 votes. And if I get 1,500 votes, I'm winning a county commissioner seat. So I thought, I'm gonna do it. When the next election cycle comes up, I'm gonna do it. But then the universe spoke to me. And the universe allowed that buzzard puke / buzzard crap video, it allowed it to go viral on Facebook. And I started seeing every third comment with all these political people that I despise with every being of my soul. And I'm like, you know, if I ran for county commission and I won, and I would win, and I ain't being cocky, I'm just saying, I guarantee you I could get 1,500 votes. So I would win that county commission. I would be dealing with people like that every single day. And then I'm like, do I want to deal with people like that? Hell no. Do I want to do it for $8,000 a year? Hell no. County clerk though, that's still looking appealing. Register of Deeds, I don't know if I'd have to deal with that many people. I don't even know what a register of deeds does. I know the road superintendent's another job that's very high paying and it's elected, and they suck. I mean, the roads in our county, my road get up to my house is god awful, so I couldn't be any worse at that job than what we currently have in office. But yeah, anyway, that's a long-winded rant, but the Facebook universe has talked me out of running for county commissioner. I'm withdrawing my name from the hat that I hadn't officially put it into yet because I hadn't filled out the application. Anyway, long-winded rant, y'all. How many people did I piss off with that one? Everybody. We're seeing some bass boats now. They finally made their way downriver here. They're gonna run 100 miles down here to catch a fish that weighs 2 pounds that was swimming up there where they launched at. But anyway, let's see. How far behind did I get in the chat? I'm just gonna pick a spot here, y'all. I don't know how far behind I was. Manuel Barrera says he's fishing vicariously through me. Well, good. I'm glad you liking the fishing and not my rants on all the people I hate in this world. Jeff Gerald said he got a video on TikTok of pins being pulled from his hand. Damn near 1 million views. Ed says people are addicted to drama. Boy, that's the truth. There's some of these YouTubers that's capitalized on drama. I just don't have a desire to do it. If I got to do that shit to make a living, I'll just go get another job. Okay, there's Pfeiffer's comments. I'm not too far behind. I'm not too far behind on that. He said that's because people can't shut the news. That's the truth, man. That's all these old people watch. It's Fox News, CNN, whatever side they're on, and I don't give a crap about politics. They ain't no politician ever that's ever had any effect on me. You know, and that's how successful people are. We adapt to whatever's around us and we're going to be successful. I made money under Bush both times. I made money under Obama both times. I made money under Trump. I'm making money under Biden. You could bring Betty White, resurrect her from the dead and put her in office. I'm still going to make money, you know, because I'm going to do what I got to do with whatever I've got around me to be successful. Successful people adapt. Unsuccessful, miserable of life people blame the government for all their shortcomings. That's just the damn truth. They don't want to hear it, but that's the damn truth. But yeah, I'm sick of those people, y'all. Facebook better cut me a nice check for that video, or I'm about to be done with Facebook. Sandra, Florida Channel Catfish, says she ain't watched TV in 3 years. You ain't missed nothing, Sandra, except some ball games. That's all you've missed. Slow-mo says, when you going to do another carp video? I don't know. Probably going to it's going to rain all day tomorrow, and the games are Sunday. So maybe Monday or Tuesday I might get out and do some carp fishing. There goes another one. At least out here where I'm out here in the main channel, so we're not going to be around any boats. They're just going to be going by, but we're not going to be fishing around them. Let's see. Galen Johnson says, at work, I'm supposed to be working, but I'm not missing this. You ain't missed much, Galen. Just me ranting on all the people I hate. Gary Wormy Rich hates the signs on the side of the road. I know, Gary, it's 2022. Like, why are they still putting up signs on the side of the road? It don't make any sense. You don't need to do that to reach people. You have social media. Like, if I was depending on a road sign, I'd just not run for office. You know, I could. That's like, you know, 1,500 votes. I'm like, I guarantee, and again, I ain't trying to be cocky or arrogant, but like county commission, 1,500 votes. Here's what I'd do. Let me just tell you my campaign strategy here, y'all, because I put some thought into it. I was legitimately going to do this before I realized what a stupid idea it was. First off, it's all these old people that's voting, right? And they're not going to vote for me. So I don't need those people. I need people my age and younger who are completely shut off to the whole politic thing, right? So what I would do on voter registration day, I'd go pitch me a tent out beside the courthouse there, or the school, or wherever they registering people. And I'd get me out there, and I'd do a meet and greet with me, and I'd get some other YouTubers to show up, and I'd get people my age and younger to go in there and register to vote. And then when it's time to vote, election day, again, I'd be out there under a tent with me. I'd have other YouTubers coming in, other fishermen coming in throughout the day, have people coming in out there, hey, come meet your favorite YouTuber, whoever, I'd get a bunch of them to come out. Oh, by the way, while you're here, go in there and cast me a vote. I'd dominate. And I wouldn't have to put up a single road sign, not one. I wouldn't have to litter the highway one time. I wouldn't have to wear no stupid buttons on their shirts, that they hand out and stuff. I wouldn't have to do any of that. Wouldn't have to, because I got social media. But these politicians, they don't want to put in the work. They want to run on their. You look at my county, it's all Matlocks, it's Wamplers, it's people who have names that have had families, that have had businesses in the area for years, that people just know the name, They're just running on name and not who they are. And so I'm pretty confident I could beat any of them in an election. But anyway, I don't want to do that because I don't want to deal with the people. But anyway, God almighty, I bet you I've pissed off a bunch of people today. Hopefully this won't be one of my live streams that ends up getting 50,000 views. Hopefully this will get 5,000 and just the people who've watched today. This video will go viral for all the wrong reasons. I blame Gary Wormy Rich on that. He got me back on the whole road sign thing again with his comment. Travis Gentry says Jim Bob Cooter's a real name. He's from, he was a football coach. I think he was coaching in San Francisco for a while. Brian Harden said he just went out and bought a new kayak. I hope you enjoy it, man. I'm going to scroll on down a little bit here, y'all, because I'm so far behind in the chat. All them people I pissed off done left. Vox Guitar Rock says, how far from the launch do you typically travel on one of your excursions? It depends. So like today, I'm in my Old Town kayak. I'm pedaling, probably going within a mile and a half radius, just because it takes so long to get places. Now in my my Hobie kayak with the motor, I got a little faster speed. Obviously I'm not exerting myself, so I can go a little farther. But I try to stay within about 2 miles because motor or not, I'm going slow. At 4.5 miles an hour, you got to factor in your time it takes to get somewhere. If you're going 4 miles an hour and you go 2 miles, well, it takes you 30 minutes each direction to get to and from, and that's a lot of time lost fishing. So I try to pick out places that are close to where I launch at, maximize my time with baits in the water. Russell Smith has been a member for 11 months. Thank you so much for sticking with me, Russell. He says, morning from East Texas. Again, I got a lot of people. I bet I could go down to Texas and run for office too, because I got a bunch of people that watch me down there. Thank you so much for being in the club for so long, though, Russell. I appreciate all my club members. Mac McInnes, yeah, a carp bite in the winter. I'm going to try to catch a few this winter. I wasn't too far behind. in the chat. I guess my old political talk has impeded the chat box this morning. I don't blame you. I hate talking about politics. I hate politics in general because, again, it has no effect on my life other than having to deal with people who are obsessed with it and talk about it nonstop. Vox Guitar Rocks. This is an Old Town Lure PFD. They sent me this with the kayak. I like it. It's a pretty good life vest. A little bulky in the front, but it's got these big pockets here. And mine's tore up here. It's seen better days, but it is a good life jacket. William Rogers, he says, I turned into what you fish and not be renting about politics. I don't even know. You got some typos there, William Rogers. You need to pay more attention to what you're typing there so I can understand what you're saying. I can't figure out. I'm on the fence with you, William Rogers, because I can't figure out if you're telling me what to do on my channel or if you just had a typo. Because if you're telling me what to do, your ass about to be gone. Because I got zero tolerance for bullshit, and that includes people telling me what to say or what to do on my channel that you tuned in for. You clicked the button. I didn't ask you to come here. I just went live. People can show up as they damn well please. I'm on the fence with you, William Rogers. It could be a typo. I'm going to let it slide for now because it might be a typo. Might be. We'll see. We'll see if he pops back up. Hopefully he takes the time to actually type his chat. I don't even know how that happens in today's time with spell check and all. Anyway. Billy Van's got a good question. He says, how many spots do you fish on a body of water? Do you fish known spots or keep trying new ones? Well, it really varies by the body of the water. So like where I fish, I'm typically on Fort Loudon Reservoir or Watts Bar Reservoir. Those are the two closest bodies of water to my house. Fort Loudon has 50 miles of the Tennessee River from the top of it down to the dam. Out here today, I'm on Watts Bar. It's got 70-something miles from dam to dam. Plus, there's the Clinch River that comes in, the Emory River, the Piney. Those are big bodies of water. And so, big bodies of water like this, there are hundreds of spots that could potentially hold fish on any given day. So for me, it's more of just access. There's a lot of places on these bodies of water that in a kayak I just can't get to because there's just not a launch site close enough to them. So that's what limits me the most as far as number of spots, but I try to fish as many spots as possible. I try to constantly be moving because every time I fish a spot, it gets hammered. People recognize backgrounds and stuff, if I catch a big fish there. So I constantly be looking for new places that I can access. But I do go back to a lot of places that I've had success in the past because, if you find fish, why not fish there again, But yeah, tough to answer your question. It really just depends on the body of water. Let's see. Keith was asking, find out CatCon tickets. Probably on their website there, whoever was asking Robin C. there, I would assume. Or I'm sure they'll have them available at the door the day of, too. Right here. We finally got another little bite here. We're getting ready to pedal back upstream here in a few minutes. Why don't you eat that bait, fish? Eat that bait so we can be distracted from my rants. My mama is in the car somewhere shaking her head at what all I've talked about today. This fish needs to change the narrative here so my mom can enjoy her trip up in Pigeon Forge as she listens to me on the drive. Come on, fish, take it down. He may have it. We got another boat going by here. They're all trying to catch them greenfish today. Come on. Yeah, he ain't got it. Tell you what, let's do. Let's just take this opportunity to reel up. We're gonna go just right back upstream a little bit and drift right back down. I'm gonna move over to the left a little bit. And we're gonna drift back through, make another pass. What did we get on this pass? 3 fish? 4? We got that one fun sizer and what, 2 or 3 small dinks? I lost counting all my rants. Let me get you all. Gonna pedal back up here right quick. Let's see. I have no idea where I left off at. Yeah, I don't know where I left off at. I'm just gonna pick a spot here. Let me find a Catfish Club member. Chris Custom Engraving says, what are you doing with your old Daiwa reels? I'm going to keep a couple of them for when I go saltwater fishing. The other 2 I'll probably sell them a yard sale whenever I do it. Still trying to figure out a good way to do that online yard sale. Russell Smith said he can't wait for me to come to Lake Fork in November. Me too, man. I've been looking forward to that trip for a while. Charles Seward hit me with a 10 spot. Thank you, Charles. You're a good man. He didn't leave a comment with it. But I sure as hell appreciate you, Charles. He's a club member too. Let's see. Oh, hell, Mac McKenna's hit me with a 20 spot. He's another club member. Thank you so much, Mac. Look at all these, Mac, look at all these fish right here on the graph. You see that there? I don't know if the glare. That X is where I've caught some fish in the past. And look, they're sitting there on it too. Let's go right up above them here. We're gonna come right back down through them marks right there. I bet we're gonna get something out of there too. Because it's one of 2 things. It's either cats down there, and I'm not sure those marks are cats. They're kind of small. Or I was out here, I did a live stream here a few months ago. My days run together. I did some videos here too, got on some good fish. But I saw a bait fish. Couldn't ever figure out what the hell they were, but they were always near bottom. And when they were there, I was catching the hell out of cats. So it's encouraging seeing them down there. So we're just gonna get right up here above them a little bit and drop down. Those marks are down there 56 feet. Oh, here's Charles. He left a comment. He says, thanks for the rant, Justin. It's nice to hear what I'm feeling spoken aloud off to work. Well, thank you, Charles. It's good to know I'm not on an island out there. Glad to know there's some people like me. Clayton Smith says, hey, I've been wondering if you ever been to Evansville, Tennessee when you were a traveling nurse. No, I never went to Evansville. Glenn Cunningham, 20 spot. His wife loves to hear me say Glenn. He says, join just in time to hear you coming in hot on the comments. I'm never going to tell you what to do on your channel. Thanks, Glenn. Glenn's been a long time supporter of the channel, so I would definitely cut you some more slack than the random person. But most of the time when I get like a nasty comment or something, most of the time I don't even see them. A moderator takes care of it before I get to it. But when I do see one, I'll click on it. And YouTube's got a thing now where like you can click on anybody's comment and see like how long they've been a subscriber to your channel or whatever, how many comments they've made. Damn near every time I get somebody just mean mouthing me, it's the first comment they've ever left. And I'm like, you got no credibility with me. Yeah, gone. But Glenn and Glenn's wife, who's a real nice lady, they got credibility with me. And thank you for that super chat there, Glenn. I'm gonna drop a bait down here. The wind is pushing us right downstream. The wind has been good to me lately. It seems like every time it's blowing, it's going at the right speed and the right direction for me lately. That does not always happen. But lately, the universe has smiled upon me with Mother Nature smiled upon me, I guess I should say. All right. We're gonna go through these fish now. Let's see if we can hook up. I've talked them up real big. I've set the expectations here. We've seen them on the graph, so if I don't get bit, I'm gonna be letting a lot of people down. Somebody got timed out there. It's probably another real treasure of this chat box. Brent Brown hit me with $1. No comment. Well, thank you, Brent. Let me see if he's. No, he didn't leave a comment under it either. Well, sorry, Brent. Thank you for that super chat, Brent. I'd have answered any comments you had. Vox Guitar Rock, how deep is the water? Right now I'm 55 feet. Water temp is 77. Our water temps have started to cool a little bit here finally. Philip Yance, the club thing is you see these people in my chat that have the emoji next to their name. It's people who support me with a $10 membership fee a month, and they don't get anything for it other than just helping me. I appreciate all of them. It does help me when the chat box, on days where we have a lot of people. I've run off the entire audience today, but on busy days where the chat box where I can't keep up, I typically hit super chats, and then I start looking for that emoji as far as, interacting with people, and then I hit everybody else's comments. So it kind of helps me sort through the chat box oftentimes. And then when I'm sorting my regular comments on normal videos, I see the club member status there too. So I make sure I answer those people's comments first. Well, thank you for your interest though in it, Philip. Fizz Bang with a 10 spot. He says, you're the best. Thank you, Fizz Bang. Fizz Bang, if he thinks I'm the best, then he's got low standards. And I like people with low standards. So thank you, Fizz Bang. You're my kind of person. Whoa, my gosh, what a name. Dick Studebaker. I don't know if that's your real name. But if it is, you're like commenter of the year right here with that name, man. I love it. Dick Studebaker. If I was a porn star, my name, if I ever created an OnlyFans account, I think I'm going to use your name, Dick Studebaker. Anyway, $4.99, no comment. Thank you. Thank you, Dick Studebaker. God, I love that name. That's hysterical. Watch that actually be his name too. Here I am cracking jokes, but it is funny. If that is really his name, he's been made fun of a lot. I love it though. Dick Studebaker. I'm gonna say that the rest of the name. The rest of the day. I mean, that's awesome. Thank you for the super chat though. I've offended everybody else. Now I've offended Dick Studebaker. He'll never give me money again. Evan Stewart with a 10 spot. He says, are you going to come up with your own carp rods? I'll probably not, Evan. 'Cause I don't know enough about carp fishing. I like them Catfish Sumo rods that I've been using, but most of these carp rods, like the specialty carp rods that they make, I don't really think that they're worthwhile to use out here where I fish, because I don't need a 12-foot rod to make 300-yard cast. I can kind of go to the fish, whereas people over in Europe and England and stuff, they're fishing more like pay lake type situations where they're having to cast to the fish. And so I don't really see a need for my own carp rod. It would be cool though. It'd be cool just to have my name on another rod. I'm gonna ditch these glasses for a second. My screen messed up. I may have to get my non-polarized glasses out. Oh. Almost had Dick Studebaker a fish there. The rod tip still ain't acting right. He may be after it still. He better not be chewing up that bait. Again, I'm very limited on bait today. We've got one more whole skipjack in the cooler, 2 small white bass, And then some scraps that are a few days old. Dick, I'm gonna pick up on this, Dick. I think, no, he ain't on there. Feels like he might have foul hooked my bait though. Take a look at it. No, it's still hooked good. All right, let's drop it back down. Set you back up here while I drop this down and get this line reset. It's weird, my screen keeps going light to dark, light to dark. Corbin Lipscomb asks, have you ever considered also streaming on Twitch? I've considered it. There's nothing off the table with me. I mean, I'm not dead set against anything as far as this channel goes. I do stuff, and you know, what works, works, what don't. And sometimes what works for a while don't. You know, like last year, fishing videos, we were to tail into COVID, you know, and people were still into fishing, and fishing videos were raw. You couldn't put out enough videos last year. But this year, you know, I'm not getting pushed this year, so less videos was better. About 3 videos a week was better for me to maximize the views on each one. And so I'm always tinkering and looking for the next thing. So I don't currently do anything on Twitch, but it's not off the table for the future. Sandra was asking what bait I'm fishing with today. I think she asked that before I just answered about the skipjack. See, I'm like Nostradamus. I'm answering comments before I even read them. I can just sense that they're coming. Sandra always liked for me to use them white bass too. I may end up putting one of them on. They're small, Sandra, though. I mean, they're like real small white bass. I was struggling to get bait. Doing whatever. Says, howdy from Oklahoma. You tearing them up today with no more missing? Yeah, I don't know about tearing them up. We got a few bites. Blake Guerrero says, any advice for a kayak fisherman that doesn't have a fish finder? I mean, I'd probably recommend anchor fishing more, or taking your kayak and accessing bank spots that you couldn't get to otherwise. It's hard to do what I'm doing today. I'm drifting today. It's hard to do that if you don't have a graph, because you're either going to be snagged or your bait's going to be 10 foot off the bottom, you know, and you're going to be out of the strike zone. So even a basic, you know, $100 graph will give you the info you need to be able to adjust your baits up and down. But if I didn't have a graph, I wouldn't be drifting. I'll just say that. I would spend more time anchor fishing in that particular kayak. Virginian says, got your board? No, not today. I can't take no pictures for the tournament when I'm on my cell phone here for the live stream. Guitar Rock says, do you have any how-to books out? That'd be cool. Just on how I make my dragging sinkers, which I hardly ever drag anymore. That's the only thing I put out. I made that book and I put it on Amazon, and Amazon takes damn near all the money. I sell that book $9.99. I get $3.50 of it. So it's like, that's a lot of work to make a book that Amazon's ultimately going to take all the proceeds from. But we do have a master class that I did with Catfish Sumo last winter, and it's not a book, but it's more thorough, in-depth, like setting up your rigs and your gear and reading lake maps and stuff like that. And there's a link down in my video description for that. But it's a master class. It's got all these video modules. There's an app for it, so you can access it on your phone, whether it's iPhone or Android, or you can watch it on your computer, that kind of thing. But probably won't be doing any more written books. I've written some magazine articles for Catfish Now. They had hired me, I guess 2 or 3 years ago. I had written some articles for them, but writing, I had a blog too for a while. KayakCatfish.com initially started out to be a blog. That was kind of more what I was into when I first got going on YouTube, was just more writing. But it's just not worthwhile to do the ad revenue from a blog post versus spending 3 minutes saying the same thing you spent 30 minutes to an hour writing is just video ad revenue is so much better and so much less time consuming. And so unless a person just wants to write, it's not worthwhile. And I did want to write for a while, but the feeling passed. Fred Kroldar, he's been watching me for maybe 4 years, he said, or 5. He says it's hard. I'm with you, Fred. I can't remember either. But it's been a long time. Thanks for sticking with me so long. Fast Man, $1.99. He says, got me and my dad into carp fishing. Love the vids. Well, hey, I'm glad you're giving carp fishing a chance, buddy. I hope you like it. I think most people would like carp fishing if they give it a chance. Oh, Dick Studebaker's back. He says, been watching for a while. Love your rants. I'm 80, but I hate politics. Dick Studebaker, I got to ask you, is Dick Studebaker really your name? I mean, if it is, you might be the coolest person I know. I mean, you are legit the coolest person I know. And even if it's not, even if Dick Studebaker, I just like saying it, even if it's not your real name, even if you just made that up for your screen name, hey, my hat's off to you, man. Awesome job. And thank you for watching the videos, buddy. Ed says club members also have discount codes. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention that. Club members do get discounts, 15% at Catfish Sumo. I can't remember Mustad. I think it's 10 or 20% to Mustad. And then a merchandise discount code. Little River says, you ever thought about getting a boat to have more access? Yeah, I've been thinking about getting a boat just to do my carp fishing from and get bait. I love catching big catfish out of the kayak. It's my favorite way of fishing, and I'm not going to give that up. But the other types of fishing I do, the ultralight fishing, carp fishing, going out and catching bait, there's no real benefit. I don't get any added joy from catching those fish out of a kayak. You know, it's just, for me, it's all about the big catfish in the kayak, and I fish for everything else because, well, I'm in the kayak, you know. But yeah, I may at some point. I'd contemplated doing it this winter. So I'm either going to be setting up something just for carp this winter. Whether that's another kayak or a small boat, I don't know. But I want to be able to go back and forth. I don't want to have to take everything off of my Hobie kayak, my power poles and all that. And I want those power poles mounted in a different location. I also don't want that bow mount on my carp setup because I'm going into these creeks and I'm nailing rocks and stumps and stuff with that bow mount, and there's no give. I want a stern mounted electric motor on there. So got to make some changes for the carp fishing. But whether it's in a boat or another kayak remains to be seen. That's this winter's project. Andrew Berlanga, $4.99. He says, keep it up, Justin. Shout out from West Texas. Well, thank you, Andrew. Again, I got a bunch of people down there in Texas. Y'all are awesome. Love me some Texas people. This fish right here, he gave it a little nip there. He didn't hook up, so I can't dedicate that fish to Andrew, but that fish, he basically just tipping the rod. It's like tipping your cap there to West Texas. That's what that fish was doing. We're drifting right back through. The wind's pushed me over here. See, I've been talking to you, not paying attention. I'm over here. And them fish is right above that X over here. The wind's blowing downstream. It's kind of coming this way. And I'm talking to you and not paying attention to what I'm doing here. Normally, I anchor or spot lock in these live streams. But my last few trips out, I've been drifting. And I kind of wanted to drift out here today. I knew cell phone service, at least in this general area, was good enough that I could move around a little bit and hopefully not lose signal, not buffer. So I wanted to try it. Plus, I'm in this pedal kayak. I don't have spot lock, you know, and I don't want to fool with dropping down I didn't even bring a regular anchor with me today. So we definitely ain't dropping down a regular anchor because I ain't got one to drop. All right, we're back over here where we need to be now. Where did I leave off at there? There was Andrews. Chris is laughing his butt off. I'm glad somebody finds it amusing. Let me scroll on down here. Sandra said Von Miller got the booze jumping ship to the Bills. Seems like a good move. Yeah. Von Miller looked pretty damn good last night, didn't he? He was dominant. Hell, the Rams defense still pretty good, but they couldn't get a stop on Buffalo, man. They just couldn't. Buffalo just had their way with them. So, but Buffalo is everybody's sexy pick this year. That's like all the talking heads on sports radio and stuff. They're all picking Buffalo to win. We'll see. We'll see. It's still Buffalo. We'll see how it goes. They did look good last night, though. There's Lynn. She says she's watching too. Will's driving, and we have Yon headed back home. Well, thank you for tuning in there, Will and Lynn. Lynn, I got to go by the post. Lynn said she mailed me something, y'all. I got a surprise coming. Probably in the post office today. I may stop by there on the way home if I remember. If not, I'll get out there and get it in the morning. David Warner said heading to Knoxville in 2 weeks. Figured he'd try his luck off the bank and the river. Any tips you'd recommend? Well, if you need bait, CNC Outdoors right there in West Knoxville sells skipjack. And right there in that area, right there in West Knoxville, Concord, Farragut, right there, there's all kinds of bank access. Concord Park, Turkey Creek right there, tons of bank access to fish off of. So Holly there at CNC can hook you up with some bait, and you can pick any one of them parks right through there and have a good place to cast a line. Well, I think I got behind in the chat box again here. Let me scroll down a little bit. Rodney Easterlin hit me with a 5. Abe Lincoln right there. No comment with it, but thank you, Rodney. Let me scroll down. Oh, here's Rodney's comment. He commented under. He says, I started fishing with Berkeley Gulp minnows and have caught a lot of fish, from catfish all the way up to pike. That's great, man. I love me some Gulp, man. They don't pay me a dime to say that or use their product. I pay for them out of pocket because I like them and they catch fish. So I'm glad you're having a good time with them. And thank you for that super chat there, buddy. Appreciate you supporting the channel. Dick Studebaker says that's his real name. You are my hero, Dick Studebaker. I love it. That is awesome. It makes me like you even more, the fact that that's your real name, Dick. Dick Studebaker. I am going to use that if I ever get on OnlyFans. If times get so hard that I got to sell pictures of my feet or my nether regions, my OnlyFans account will be called Dick Studebaker. Y2 James T, $2. He says, good morning, trucking in Arkansas. Well, thank you, buddy. Be careful out there on the roads, man. I hope you're safe wherever you're going. Seth Cox says, hey, Justin, I've never heard you talk about your kayak trailers. What are they? Are they kayak specific? They're just jet ski trailers. Jet ski trailers that I put some PVC bunks on to match the hull of my kayak. You can get kayak trailers. Companies are making quote-unquote kayak trailers. They're outrageously priced for what they are. If the name kayak is before trailer, it adds $500 to the price tag when you can go get you a used jet ski trailer off Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, put you some new tires and lights on it, and have a kayak trailer for $300. So that's what I recommend anybody do. That's what I've done. One of my trailers I bought for $250 at least 10 years ago, and just new tires, lights, and bearings, and good to go. The other one, I bought a I wanted to buy the trailer. The guy wouldn't sell me the trailer. He had a Hobie Pro Angler on it. So I just bought the Hobie and the trailer, the whole shebang, and then turned around and sold the Hobie and all the accessories that came with it for the same price that I paid for it. So I basically got that trailer for free. That's one of the best deals I've ever done. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question there, buddy. Uncle Craig hit me with a 10. He says, I don't comment much on videos, but I watch them all and love the content. Might not have much cred, but Dick Studebaker has to be an awesome dude. Keep the content coming. I agree, Uncle Craig. Thank you. Thank you for that super chat, man. Yeah, Dick Studebaker's definitely the man. I'm happy he's watching today. I'm happy he's commenting. That made my day seeing his name pop up. Thank you again for that, Uncle Craig. Jabberjaw says, no fish, huh? Well, Jabberjaw, let me ask you something. Since you God's gift of fishing, do you catch fish nonstop all damn day? We've caught 4 or 5 out here now. These always smart asses everywhere you go. Little River hit me with $1.99. Thank you, Little River. He didn't leave a comment. Let me scroll down and see if Little River left a comment under that. I don't want to miss it if he did. No? Well, thank you for the support, Little River. Much appreciated. Outdoors for a change. Matt LeClaire, he says, better go with the Bengals Sunday. Ooh. That's interesting there, Matt. I looked at that game, but I thought, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know. We'll see, Matt. Well, thank you for that super chat. Matt's picking Cincinnati this weekend. Yeah, he's in our Survivor League too, with me and Sandra and a few other people. That's interesting. I don't know. We'll see. Could be a little Super Bowl letdown. You never know. You might get knocked out on week 1, Matt. That'd be something, wouldn't it? I've been there and done that. Bill Younger said he was in the emergency room with my dad yesterday and thought of you. The nurses were just buzzing like bees, getting patients looked after. They deserve a huge thank you for what they do. Absolutely, Bill. I hope everything went well with whatever you were there in the hospital for. Yeah. Yeah, I worked ER back in my nursing days, and I don't miss it. I'd much rather be out here fishing. Definitely an underappreciated job. John Van Buskirk in the house. What's going on, John? Dondre's asking about live streams. You have to have a certain number of subs. I don't know. I don't know if you have. I don't know if you can go live. Well, I don't know. I see all these other smaller YouTubers going live. So I don't know that you do have to have. You got to have 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours of watch time to be monetized. But I don't know about just going live. I guess anybody can. Oh, Dick Studebaker's back with another 5. Thank you, Dick. He didn't leave a comment with it. I was scrolling down and see if Dick left another comment under that chat box there. Well, thank you for the support, Dick. You've made my day, man. Glad you watching today. Now, Corey Johnson, I don't ever catch big fish. That's what a lot of YouTubers say. But I rarely ever get broke off. There's another one from West Texas, Miguel Ramos. The creepy pasta poet. He's been a Skins fan for 50 years. Not sure I can root for the Commanders. Sounds like a cereal from the 40s. Yeah, it's like of all the names they could have picked, like Commanders, really? Like that's what they come up with? Yeah, I agree. Ed's got a good question. Ed from Oklahoma. He said, if you had to have only one kayak set up, would you lean towards the Hobie or the Old Town, or a mixture of both? Well, here, let me throw the question back at you, Ed. Are you asking if I could only have one kayak right now, as I am a YouTube person right now, or if I was just fishing in general? Because the answer will vary depending on how I go about it. So for YouTube purposes, if I was only allowed to have one, I'd take the Hobie with my motor and all the bells and whistles, because that's going to allow me to go farther, fish in rougher, or just expand my range, fish more spots, carry more gear, get more content. And so I need that kayak, for business purposes. Now, if it was just pure enjoyment, I'd sell that Hobie tomorrow, because, if I can just go out and fish for maximum amount of fun and not maximum number of fish and maximum amount of content, then I would much rather have a kayak that's smaller, get the more kayak fishing experience. So I would probably pick this kayak. I liked the Hobie Outback that I had before the Pro Angler. That was a lot of fun. But the older I got, especially after I'd tweaked my back there, I couldn't sit in that low position for long periods of time. The nice thing about this kayak, I'm in the Old Town Big Water today. When you compare this kayak to the Hobie Outback, it's comparable size, comparable speed, comparable storage space, but the big difference between this kayak and the Hobie Outback is the seat. This kayak I set up higher, I've got more bend in my legs. The pedaling motion, for whatever reason, with my body, most people disagree, but with my body, the bicycle pedaling motion feels a lot more natural, a lot more comfortable for me than the Hobie pedaling motion. So I would choose this kayak if I was just fishing for me, but with YouTube, I definitely want to have that Hobie with the bow mount. So I don't know how you wanted me to approach that question, Ed, but by God, I answered it both ways. There you go. There's Pontoon Jody, she's back. Sir Dirtycus D, he's been out there in Pueblo. Old Daniel from Catfish Sumo is going to be out there today, I think. I think he was flying out today to go home. James Cardwell says some people don't understand the real concept of Livestream, which is to communicate with your fans. To me, watching the fish that get caught is just a bonus. I like your style, James. I like catching some fish too, though. It'd be nice to reel one in occasionally. We might reel James one in right here. Let's reel us a fish in. He's got it, buddy. He's got it. We finally hooked up again. It's over here kind of drifting back. For those of you tuning in the stream late, I'm doing some drifting out here today. Working kind of a deeper depression here on the river, 56 feet here where we're at. Got a few fish thus far. The first fish of the stream was the biggest. Nice fun sizer. Been small since then. Yeah, this is a larger dink here. I'm gonna dedicate this one to James, because he was appreciating. James appreciates the live streams for me, and not just because of the fish catching. Like some of these people that want to take shots like, oh, well, you've been live for 3 hours and you only caught 2 fish. You suck at fishing. Oh, hey, fish. Listen now, you need to calm down 4 notches. 4 notches, buddy. We're gonna cut another skipjack here in a minute, and I'm gonna replace the head on the other one. We got 1 whole skipjack in the cooler left. James, that fish right there, buddy, he's a larger dink. He kind of broke the monotony a little bit though. Had a little dry spell, which is surprising considering all the fish that are on the screen right here. Look at that. Look how many fish are down there on that graph, man. All kinds of marks down there. Let me get that other skipjack out. I don't know what time it is, but it's nice and comfortable right now. And I haven't burned through this bait, and the bass fishermen haven't been too obnoxious. So we may, as long as the fish are cooperative, as long as we got people in here wanting to hang out, we'll just keep this live stream going. Sandra Hiller, if you're still watching, she likes me to use the white bass. That's the size of the white bass I caught yesterday. I ain't got but 2 of them. So that's kind of a last resort. If I was in my other kayak and had 4 rods out, we'd put one of them on. But in this one, with only having 2 baits in the water at any given time, I kind of want to just maximize my scent down there and put out a big head and a chunk. Y'all just admire my hat there as I bend over to get bait put on. These hats available at catfishsumo.com. Code word kayak, 10% off your orders. For those of you interested in the Kayak Carp merchandise, thanks to everybody who's bought the shirts. Stickers are finally available. They are on Catfish Sumo website right now. Again, those stickers, 10% off with that coupon code kayak, free shipping. I don't think there's any more announcements I need to make. I've done Daniel a solid today by plugging Catfish Sumo. I feel like my work here's done. Let's go ahead and switch out this head. I ain't throwing this head away. We're gonna keep it on. Keep it here in the kayak. Because if this other one gets chewed up or knocked out, we're gonna have to put this one back on. The other skipjack I have in the cooler, the old stuff, the scraps, I don't have any heads. That and there, it is getting kind of blanched out. So we'll stick this one on, see if it'll help our cause. Yeah, y'all, I thought I'd go live today. I could have come out and filmed a regular video, but that would have required me to edit this weekend. Didn't really want to edit. And regular videos, they're not doing worth a damn right now anyway, so really ain't worthwhile. Just this time of year, you know. So I thought we're gonna go live today. Didn't make any announcements, just come out here. I set the live stream when I got on the water, and once I got pedaled over here and got lines in, I hit the go live button. So whoever's out there in internet land and watching today, I appreciate you. Seems like no matter when I go live or what day or time, there's always a few hundred people that'll tune in at any given time. And then the replays, you know, get watched a lot regardless of how long they turn out to be. All right. Oh, Jabberjaw got canned. Good. We need to can some people around here today. Let me scroll up. I don't remember where I left off at. Okay. There was Ed's comment. There was Pontoon Jody. Okay. Okay, James Carter. That's where I left off at. Chris Hoglow. I don't know how to say your name, Chris. He said, you seem to have good hookups on the stingers. Does that cause you to rethink using circle hooks? No, not really. I mean, what I'm fearful of is, you know, circle hooks help prevent the gut hooks. Now, how many gut hooks are you going to get on a normal hook? Probably not very many throughout the year in reality. But if it prevents me from killing 1 or 2 big fish, you know, throughout the year, probably worthwhile. But the stingers, you know, they are a J hook, and thus far, I really haven't had, I've had some fish eat them kind of deep, But I haven't had any gut hooks with them, so far so good with them, but it'll probably happen at some point, truth be told. Thank you, Chad Young. Bundy Vang. Old Tim Zemke, he's pulling for Pittsburgh tomorrow, y'all. He apparently don't know. We're favored by a lot. I think we're favored by 6 tomorrow, Tim. Melissa Montgomery says, hey, Justin, I PayPal'd you $10. Love you, Southern Sass. Reminds me of myself. Well, thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that. That's nice of you there. Yeah, people PayPal me sometimes. I always try to email them after the fact because I don't see the messages pop up on the phone here while I'm live, of course. But thank you for that there, Melissa. I appreciate you watching. Appreciate you supporting the channel. I'm glad somebody likes my sass. Edward Smith says, don't change a thing. I think he meant don't change a thing on your live stream. Typos strike again. Let me scroll down. Oh, there was old Jabberjaw getting, he's canned, buddy. He's gone. He ain't ever coming back. He'll come back. He'll create another account to come back. They all do. That's how the haters do, man. You can't get rid of them. They can't get positive attention in their life, so they take whatever they can get. Little River said, most people that make negative comments probably don't even fish. They just want attention because they're miserable. I think you're right. I think you're exactly right. There's a lot of miserable people out there. I don't know how people can be so mad all the time. It don't seem natural. Gun Nerd said, hell, on his way home from work listening in, keep me awake after a 16-hour shift. He's been working long night. Hope you make it home safe, buddy. Mark Crook's taking the kids out this weekend. I hope you get on them, buddy. Dick Studebaker, he said, as I said before, I am you and unable to peruse. Well, again, Dick, you got the name of the century, man. We go off on tangents sometimes on these live streams, and today it's been the Dick Studebaker tangent. Keith Doc Reed, he said, if you don't like the content, please just leave without the stupid content. You trying to reason with people who can't be reasoned with, Keith. Keith thinks people, all these haters and stuff, gonna be respectful and whatnot. I give up on that a long time ago. I just hit block and they gone. Oh, Penny brings up a good point. She says they might be voice chatting and that's why so many typos. Yeah, I tried using that voice to text thing once upon a time too, and I got a bunch of words that wasn't words. Dwayne's heading to fish with Scenic City Charters this weekend. Good luck on your trip. Bite's been good down there lately, so hopefully the weather will be okay. It's supposed to rain here all day tomorrow. Hopefully the weather will be better down there in Chattanooga. Hey, thank you, Daniel Duran. I appreciate that. No, don't fear the Reaper. I have yet to hear back from MC Hammer. I slid into his DMs after the live stream there a few weeks ago. And why he didn't just rush to his phone to answer me, I don't know. But no, he has not even acknowledged the message on there. He's not seen it, and he's not responded. I fear we will never hear from MC Hammer. Maybe Taylor Swift, though. Maybe. A boy can dream, but not MC Hammer. Nathan Lates says, hey, Justin, keep being you. Appreciate all the content that you share. Helped me big time, especially on kayaks. Hopefully next year I'll be able to start fishing again. Well, I hope you are, Nathan. Where'd the fish at, y'all? Man, no, ain't these fish biting. We're sitting right on top of them. We may try drifting on down a little further this time. Hopefully we won't run out of cell phone range. It's kind of we got bit right away when I first got lines in. It was earlier in the day then too. What time is it now? Yeah, 9:47 now. My bite kind of died after 9:30 the other day, so may have got out of that feeding window. We're gonna cover a little water down through here though. See if we can get another tug on the line. I'd like to at least burn through this bait that I got on. Captain Morgan, what's going on, Captain Morgan? I seen Captain Morgan's buddy Shad Daddy the other day. I was out there filming that ultralight video, bluegill fishing. And Shad Daddy called up Captain Morgan on the phone. He's driving. I like old Captain Morgan. He's a good fella. He's a local around here. Pretty good fisherman too. Captain Morgan might know because he's plugged into the fishing community around here. Is there a big bass tournament going on tomorrow, Morgan? Because I saw a gazillion bass boats on my way this morning, and I'm putting in a little backwoods launch area over here, and I had to wait in line to get the kayak in the water because they was bass boats putting in. They all over today. And it's odd being a Friday, so I have to believe they're practicing for a tournament. But I don't know what's going on. Hey, there's Art, 1 Ton Fishing Club. What's up, buddy? John Shackelford said he shared my live stream on Facebook. Well, thank you, John. Appreciate you sharing. Yeah, Art, Chainsaw Man's over here. We just need Leaf Blower Man and Weed Eater Man to come out now. complete the whole construction crew. Scott Harbaugh says, catch a golly whopper for me. Now, Corey, I probably won't use any channel cat. I hope we don't catch any channel cats today. But if we do, I probably won't use them. Angie Marshall says, Justin, will you be doing any fall and winter crappie fishing videos? Probably, Angie. Yeah, I'll probably do some of that. Bill Younger says, Old Town needs to send you a new life vest for all the advertising you give them. Well, you know, funny you say that, Bill. I actually have another life jacket. They sent me this one with the autopilot kayak. And they sent me another one that matches my big water kayak that I'm in today. But I've still got it in claw. I was trying to get every ounce of use out of this one, you know, but it is looking rough, man. I've had fish tear it up and slime it. It stinks something terrible. But it would still float me if I go overboard. Lynn says she just got my Kayak Carp sticker to go with the Kayak Catfish sticker on her car. Hey, thanks, Lynn. I hope nobody sees them stickers and bashes your windows out or anything. I took all that stuff. I took all the advertising off my car. Because now I've learned it ain't good when people recognize my vehicle out there. So I took all of it off mine. But my mom has my stuff plastered all over her car, and she ain't had no problem. So all's been safe with that. Thank you for buying that sticker though, Lynn. Richard Briggs, there's a shout out to Tom. This is funny right here. Unicorn Queen 333 says, my 6-year-old daughter got a hold of my YouTube account and renamed it Unicorn Queen. That's funny. That's funny. You know what would be even funnier, Unicorn Queen, is if your daughter got a hold of my phone and changed my channel name My dumb ass wouldn't be able to figure out how to change it back. Your 6-year-old daughter's better at technology than I am. Yeah, Tiffany, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. If they are having a big bass tournament tomorrow, I hope it pours down on them all day. And that rod right there got thumped, man. That's on the head. It just got thumped. I felt just a thump, and there goes that rod tip, man. I wonder if that ain't a flathead. I wonder if that ain't a flathead, and it's gone. He just let it go. I'm gonna hold it here a second and see if he comes back for it. There goes the fishing guide over there. I think that's the deuce. That's the deuce. Let's set this back. Y'all about to see a real treat here, live on video. The old Deuce, Mark Naraki, Deuce's Wild Fishing Charters right here. Philip Highland, $10. Is it tuning in late? Catch anything this morning? We got a few. We're going to find out, though, if I've beat the fishing guide, Philip Holland. Thank you for that super chat. Here comes the guy right here. These fishing guides, you know, hell, they're all around here looking for any promotion they can get. He's going to get him some free advertising. He's going to come over here. We're going to find out. We're going to find out if I have outfished the fishing guide in a kayak. How many fish we got now? 4? 5. We got a fun sizer and some dinks. Let's see what the Deuce has done. He got some clients with him here. He's got paying customers on board today. This is a big day for him right here, folks. That's a legend right there.
What you got pedals for?
I'm slimming today. I'm hoofing it. I couldn't afford the gas in my other kayak. Buddy, we've been tearing them up.
Excellent.
No, not really. You done any good?
We only have one decent fish. We got about 4 small ones.
Okay.
You live in it?
Yeah, I'm live right now. We're making you famous. We're getting you tens of dollars in business on here.
Well, I watch you every day.
You do?
Yes, sir.
Every day?
Every day.
Well, I appreciate the hell out of
We
you.
don't have much of a life.
They must not.
Well, we live in the suburbs, so we fish with you every day.
Oh, I appreciate that. You own the show right now. How about that?
Go live right now, so you guys will be watching it later.
You'll be seeing yourself on there later. That's awesome.
Bass? You using white bass today?
No, I got 2 small ones. I've been using skipjack. But I ain't done no good. I got 1 fun sizer right away and then like 3 or 4 smalls. And
We got 3 or 4 smalls. We got one about, 15, 20 pounds. There you go. I'm going to run up here on the other side of these islands.
if you was a fishing guide worth a damn, you'd put them guys on some fish.
I caught fish, but I just promised I'd catch fish.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm the first guy to get him all tangled up, though.
Good.
Yeah, he talks about tangles. He's like, you ever get tangled? I'm like, no. He's like, I always get tangled up. Sure enough, we get tangled.
Good. Make him earn his money today, by God.
I thought that was you, and then I turned around and you're pedaling. I'm like, wait a minute, maybe that's not him.
Yeah. It's the off season, buddy. Got the other kayak out. Yeah.
Let's try to hook up next week.
All right.
I gotta get some bait too, so we'll go below and do that.
Yeah, I definitely need some bait. I can't get them anywhere but below the dam.
I'll give you a call maybe Monday or Wednesday.
All right. I'll be waiting patiently by the phone.
I know you will be.
We'll see. Thanks for watching the videos. Good luck today.
All right, thank you.
There we go, y'all. The legend.
Go buy a kayak, by the way. I'm not swamping you.
You're a good man. You ain't like them other fishing guides. The legend Mark Naraki live in the flesh, y'all. Let's see. Let me scroll down there. Okay, good. I didn't get too far behind there. It's nice, you know, it sucks not having a lot of people in the chat. But boy, when you don't, you can actually keep up with the chat box a little better. makes me feel more accomplished when I can not skip over everybody's comments. Tommy Bounds says I should wear a kayak catfishing. Oh, I totally would, man. If that'd be all I wear to them county commission meetings. Would be my merch. Bill Younger said he loves the rants, feels the same way as I do most of the time. I think there's a lot of people out there feel like I do. They're polite and they keep their mouth shut. And I'm not very polite, so I speak freely. Oh, I got hit again. I got thumped again. Why didn't that happen while the deuce was over here so I could reel one in right in front of him? Has he got it? He's got it. Let's let him eat that thing. Yeah, just pulled it out of his mouth. He didn't feel very big, but he hit it funny. The way he hit it was kind of like a flathead there, but it didn't. I don't know. That's 2 now. I've missed 2 in a row, y'all. I'm confident the first one was a flathead. I don't know about that one. That may have just been small fish. But you can see right here, hopefully you can see the glare and all. I got my makeshift graph on here. All those marks, I mean, we're sitting right there on them. And just not getting the love from these fish today like we would ideally like to be doing. I mean, yeah, we've got a few, but compared to recent trips, today's kind of been a bust thus far. Tim says I should set up a cell cam watching you. Hell, they'd probably steal the damn camera off of it. Fish Flex, I'm catfishing exclusively today. Daniel Duran said that was super cool to see a legend. Don't tell Mark that. Don't tell him it was cool to see him because he'll get the big head. You know how he gets. Unicorn Queen says, when we lived in Texas, they taught us to catch catfish with hot dogs. And go Chiefs. Well, at least we got somebody in Texas that ain't a Cowboys fan. Speaking of that, y'all, so my season wagers, I'm in a Survivor League. Sports betting's legal now in Tennessee, so I put a couple wagers. I'll be betting some individual games this weekend. I think I'm going to bet on, this is dumb, I'm probably going to put about $5 on Baker Mayfield because I think he's going to beat the Browns. And I think I'm going to put $5 on Tom Brady Sunday night to beat the Cowboys. Because I think he's going to show out Sunday night because he's had all this marriage drama going on that people's ain't none of their damn business, but they talking about it on TV and stuff. And the Cowboys suck. So I think Tom Brady's going to dominate Sunday night. So I'm going to put a little money on them too. But season totals, I have bet on Minnesota to win the division. I don't like Aaron Rodgers, really. I'm not a big fan. He's an awesome quarterback. I don't know who the hell he's going to throw to. So I think Minnesota's going to win the division. I've bet on them to do so. And I've bet on Philadelphia to win the division because I don't think Dallas is any good. Washington's definitely not going to do it. And the Giants are abysmal. So those are my season picks, y'all. Minnesota to win their division. Philadelphia to win their division. I thought about taking the under on the win total for New England. It's 8.5. I looked at New England's schedule. I got them winning 7 games. But how do you bet against Belichick with his history? So I don't know. I was back and forth on that, decided not to do it. But some individual games I will definitely be losing money on this year. Last year, I started out with $50 in my account, and I had 97 at the end of the season. That's a win, folks. That's a win. I'll take it. So I got that $97 in the account this year, and I put a little more in just for my season bets. So that's what I'm rocking. That's my stash, man. That's my bankroll for football gambling this year. Cast Catch says he might hit the upper end of Watts Bar today if he gets the chance. I hope you do. I hope you catch some fish. Steel Knight from Washington State, other side of the country, man. Glad to have you in here. Love me some Washington State. One of the prettiest places that I have ever been to in my life. What part of Washington are you from, Steel Knight? I'd be curious to know. When I was up there, I was working in Vancouver, Washington. And I did a little road trip up to Mount St. Helens, did a road trip up to Seattle, watch a Mariners game. Adamar, yeah, we've caught a few fish. We got another one right there, Adamar. Chewing up that head. Nipping at it. We're just going to drift on down this time. We're going to go on downstream. I don't know where the... Should have asked the Deuce where he had been fishing. Or where he launched at. I don't know. Didn't sound like they had done particularly great either, though. Adelmar, I see there was a rant. No pleasure boaters sent me off today, Adelmar, just stupid people. Lynn says, got to see both my boys today. That makes me happy. What a treat. Captain Mark is a great guide. Yeah, well, Lynn, I'm glad you like Mark, but just always know I'm the favorite. Don't ever forget that. I'm number one. Mark, his nickname is the Deuce. That's for a reason, because he's number two. Randy Shaw says he really liked the unedited ultralight video. It shows how fishing really goes, the good and the bad. Yeah, Randy, you know, it's been pretty popular overall. Here comes the barge. There's a barge back there coming. It's been pretty popular. People have asked me to do the same thing with catfishing and carp fishing, but, you know, it's... With the ultralight fishing, I'm going to catch fish. You know, you throw that gulp on the light line, you're going to get bit. And you're going to get constant action. With it, you take a day like today, now I'm live streaming, I'm talking to you all, I'm interacting, there's conversation. People can watch this, put it in the background, whatever. And they may not want to hear me, but they could have it on in the background. If I was filming a raw, unedited, regular video with today, when I've had these breaks of 20 plus minutes in between bites, what the hell am I supposed to talk about, you know? And it'd be the same way carp fishing unless I was just on a really active bite. Which the carp fishing, I could bait an area in advance and kind of manipulate that bite. I can't do that with the cats. Or maybe I could, but when I've baited areas for carp, I'm not getting any more catfish. So I don't think that kind of baiting works well for catfish. Well, even still, I don't know. You could probably chop up a bunch of shad and drop them down, but the current would sweep everything downriver. So I don't know how easily you could bait for catfish. But there's going to be downtime. And so I don't know if I could do a raw, unedited video that's 2 or 3 hours long and keep people engaged. You know, I don't know. But the ultralight, it's easy because, well, there's constant action. There's always something going on. There's always something happening. But I'm glad you like them, and I'm glad other people, all the feedback I've got, or most of the feedback, has been very positive from it. Again, definitely a smaller group of people from my regular audience like those videos, but they are getting pushed a little bit, so we'll see. It's an ongoing experiment. I posted that one yesterday. The views were terrible, but we'll see. We'll check it again in a week or two from now and see if it picked up steam. And I'll probably film another one next week just because the bluegill bite has been really good lately. I've been getting some big bluegill, so I'm going to be doing some more of that. Tiffany McConkey says, I don't get why people are surprised Tom's wife left. She said last season if he didn't retire, she was gone. Well, here's my thing though, Tiffany. How many people have the talent to play professional football at that level? Very, very few. And Tom is doing it at an age where most people have done retired. Even the really elite players have done retired 5 years prior. He's doing something that's never been done before. And as healthy as him and Giselle live, they're probably going to live, I mean, barring accident or something crazy, there's a good chance they live well into their 80s, 90s, or beyond. They got the whole second half of their lives. Is she really putting out an ultimatum to him? Give up your dream, give up your life's passion, or else? Yeah, I got to side with Brady on this one. So that's my thought on it. I hope he plays another 5 years. Again, I hated Tom Brady when Peyton Manning was still playing because, you know, the Patriots kept going to the Super Bowl every year and Peyton didn't. But now that Tom Brady's turned into Old Man River, he's turned back the hands of time, he's done what all of us want to do, which is beat Father Time. It's hard not to root for the guy. I find myself rooting for him this year. I was rooting for him last year. I don't want to say I'm a Tom Brady fan, but I've kind of turned into a Tom Brady fan all of a sudden. So yeah. But again, Tiffany McConkey, regardless of what was going on with Tom Brady and Giselle, it ain't none of nobody's damn business in the media. The fact that they're reporting on that crap like they ain't got their own damn problems at home, I find it annoying. I ain't into all that gossip stuff. I like the behind the scenes, you know, what's going on with the teams, but what's going on in their personal lives, I don't. Ain't none of my damn business. Brian Stivers, I got it right this time, Brian. He says, have to melt my pole holders and then attempt to win a tournament you're in. Well, come on down, buddy. More the merrier. Steel Knights in Spokane, Washington. All right. Washington's just, the whole Northwest up there is just a beautiful country. Beautiful countryside. They just got different trees than what we have here. The mountains, all them volcanoes, which is pretty damn cool when you think about it. Like, they're living next to volcano. And Mount St. Helens just blew up in 1980. I worked with people up there that had been living there, you know, when it blew up, and heard the stories of like the ash coming down like snow, you know, and stuff. I'm like, that's pretty damn cool. Mount St. Helens is one of those places. I'm gonna get over here out of the barge way. Got that barge coming. Mount St. Helens is one of those places that you just look at. And it's like kind of like the Grand Canyon was another one of those places for me. You look at and you just look out and it's like, boy, we are really small. Us humans are really just a small speck in the greater scheme of Earth. Just when you see these beautiful, magnificent places like that. Mount St. Helens up there in Washington was one of those places that done that for me. I think I'm getting behind on the chat again with these long-winded things here. Let me see if I can get caught up. There's Jimmy Edwards. He says, Phyllis loved to watch with me, and today she went to heaven. Oh, no, man. Says, tight lines, brother. Give her one last shout out. Thanks, buddy. Well, Jimmy Edwards, man, I am so sorry. I'm at a loss as to what to even say. You know, it's one of those things working as an ER nurse for a long time. I worked around death a lot and with people at oftentimes their greatest loss. And you know, you never really know what to say, but I'm very sorry for your loss there, Jimmy. I know you love Phyllis very much, and I know she liked tuning into the show with you, and I'm very sorry for your loss. I hate that, Jimmy. Y'all send up, if you're religious people or whatever, send up some prayers and kind words there for Jimmy and what he's going through there, him and his whole family. William Clarius, he just got in some of the carp bait holders you use from Amazon. Yeah, I just ordered some more too, William, the other day. I broke off a few in recent trips here. I think this barge has got plenty enough room, but he's a big barge. He's a double barge there. I'll slide over here a little bit to the left anyway. This line that we're on here clearly ain't paying off with fish. I'll tell you what, let's do while we're at it. I'm gonna set y'all back up here. We're gonna reel these baits in a second. I'm gonna pedal up one more time here, and we're gonna drift back through. As I keep seeing all these marks here on the graph. And it's hard to believe that we can't get a bite, especially when we were getting bit there right away. Maybe it just went out of the feeding window. Let's pedal back up. Come with me, y'all, for the few hundred people I still got that I ain't pissed off today. Come with me as we pedal back upstream. Hoofing it out here today on the pedals. No motor. I got my old graph, my Raymarine 5-inch graph rigged up here. Finally got me another transducer mount that'll actually reach the water, so I can get accurate depths and readings with this one now. I've been fishing out of this kayak this week because it's just more fun to catch fish in it. And with YouTube viewing season or fishing video season kind of being over for me, I'm gonna spend a little bit more time focusing on fun versus focusing on getting maximum amount of fish caught and maximum amount of content. Now I'll tell you another thing about this kayak versus my Hobie. For those of you that are interested, here comes, boy, he's running 90 miles an hour. He's got to get to them bass, buddy. You ever seen a bass caught at 70 miles an hour? If it can happen, that's the guy to do it. But a feature about this kayak that I appreciate, these Old Town kayaks, the plastic is smooth. Like this part of the plastic, the texture, it's smooth. And you say, well, why is that a big deal? Well, the Hobies are like I guess it's like a roto molded style or something. It's a rough texture. And so when you get the kayak dirty, you get mud, or in my other kayak, my Hobie kayak's case, I got mold growing on it from that carp bait. You get down in them grooves, you can't just hose it off and wash it off easy. You gotta use elbow grease, you gotta scrub it to get it clean. This kayak, I can take a water hose and a sponge and I'm clean. You know, I can have this kayak washed, be completely clean in 3 to 5 minutes. Whereas the Hobie, I gotta spend 20 minutes of hard labor scrubbing that damn thing. So this kayak here is, if I fished out of this kayak all the time, I'd probably keep it looking clean. I bet you I'd wash it at least 3 times a year versus the once a year that it gets now. All right, let's get our baits back down there. And here's the thing again, y'all. Before I drop that bait down, let me show you. Look at all them damn marks right there, man. Again, I don't know if it's cats, but if it ain't cats, it ought to be something that the cats are feeding on. We're gonna drop this back down. This is my last whole skipjack. I can't spruce up the baits anymore. We got them tiny white bass could put on. The good thing is, about the limited number of bites today, if there is a silver lining, it's that we didn't run out of bait very quickly. That was a concern. It's like if I got on a hot bite or got on a dink bite today, I could be cleaned out of bait in an hour. bass boat are by. All right, we got lines out again. Barge is going over here beside us, so we're good on that. Let's get back to the chat box here. Where did I leave off at? Okay, there was Brian's comment. Daniel Duran says, please like and subscribe today. Thank you, Daniel. There goes another bass boat. There's some tournament happening. It has to be tomorrow. There's some big deal going on. I hope it pours down rain on them all daggone day. Cody Martin in the house. People sending prayers to Jimmy. I appreciate y'all doing that. That's a terrible loss. I hate that he's going through that. Cody Martin says, I like the uncut video as well. Thank you, Cody. Tom Steps says, can't stay long, but always stop by. I appreciate it, Tom. Creepy Pasta Poet says, you and Mark remind me of the odd couple. That's probably the nicest thing that anybody's ever said about me and him. Tom Steps says, I'm in my prime. Heck yeah. Chance Allen's putting chicken wire basket with, yeah, I guess that would be a good idea if you sink some meat like that. It'd be putting out the blood. That probably would work for the cats. And if you're a deer hunter or hog hunter or something like that, you'd probably have access to, large quantities of meat that you could sink down. That probably would work well for baiting an area for catfish. Yeah, Penny was saying her dad used dog food in a mesh bag. Yeah, Dewey, got me baiting the carp and stuff. I tried out the mesh bags. It didn't work out for me because the turtles ate through the bags. So now when I'm baiting for carp, I just sling out handfuls of feed, try to spread it out real good. And that's worked pretty well for me. But the mesh bags, I didn't have much success with it. I hate to spend money on a mesh bag and damn turtles chew through the things. There's Jim Pickett from Indiana. Mark Outdoors, I'm 58 feet currently. Hey, thank you, Brent Brown. I appreciate you. Say he's going to join the membership. Douglas Mellon says, agree 100%. Paid football player report on being a football player. Yep, I agree. Kenneth Evans says, he feels the same way since Brady has gotten older. I never could stand Richard Petty either, but as he got older, I was wishing he could win one more. Yeah, I don't know what the age is, Kenneth, but there's something about an athlete, even if you just despise him, even if he's a big rival, once he starts playing against Father Time and winning, you root for the guy because you look at Tom Brady, super successful, good-looking guy, gets the supermodel wife, just lives the perfect life. It's kind of like, there's nothing relatable about him. But now, he's like 45 years old, and he's doing something that 45-year-olds can't, and you see him in a true battle, a battle against time. That's something that we can all relate to. Every single one of us, regardless of where you come from, your occupation, your background, we all fighting a losing battle against time. So when you see somebody, even like a Tom Brady, that's going head to head and at least for the time being, holding his own or winning against Father Time, it's hard not to root for the guy. There's doing whatever, talking about, I ain't never got into tennis. I never could watch that. There's Scott Fegan from Abilene, Texas. Thanks for tuning in. Douglas Medlin said that's what he enjoyed about truck driving, was seeing our country, loved taking back roads and getting off the interstate. Lots of pretty places in this country, that's for sure. Jason Coleman's got a question. He says, how do you adjust while suspend fishing when the current gets too strong? Well, if you're anchored or spot locked and you're suspending, a couple things that you can do. You can either put on more weight. That's the easiest way to go about it. Or you can compensate for it. And by compensate, I mean your lines won't necessarily be vertical. They'll be at an angle. They'll be pushed back. But the more line you let out, you basically just let your sinker hit bottom and then crank it up a couple times. And so your line will be at an angle, but your bait will still be suspended off the bottom. It just gets more challenging like that. Like if you're in a kayak and your front lines are coming into your back lines, you're gonna get some more tangles. But that's one way to do it. But the easiest way to do it is just add more weight, add heavier sinkers, add another sinker, whatever you have to keep them vertical down under you. Mike Miller, I'm very sorry about your brother, man. But we got a lot of tragedies happening in here today. Makes you appreciate what you got and how good you got it when you hear what other people's going through. Corey Johnson said the universe just told me you're going to be catching a 100-pounder soon. Corey Johnson, send me a DM with the phone number to the universe, because I got some things I want to ask them. Since you got a direct line, I like that I'm going to get that 100-pounder, but I got some more things I want to ask the universe. Val O, you're in luck. We've been waiting on you to catch some fish out here today. So now that you're here, they're going to start biting, I bet. Jeffrey Langford says, I like the uncut videos and the live streams. Also watch all your videos, but I like those better. Well, thanks. How far behind did I get? I ain't too far behind in the chat. Now I lost my spot, though. Chris has got a good question. He says, has Daphne the dog been behaving herself? I'm sure your training techniques are getting well used. She's been a lot better. Me and Daphne have rounded the corner, and she's turned into a fine young lady. She did get the shock collar used on her again the other day. I caught her in the act in the fire pit. And so I sent her flying about 3 foot in the air and yelping across the yard, but we'll eventually break her of it. But her other behaviors have been a lot better. Even my parents have started to like her again. She had gotten banned from my parents' house for a while because she was so unruly down there. But now we've tried it again, and she's been a lot more well-behaved down there in recent trips. So things are getting better. We're on the right direction now. Samuel Harvey says, would you use the same techniques fishing in a lake versus a big river? Says, yeah. Because where I fish at there, Samuel, out here on Tennessee River, it's kind of a lake, it's a reservoir. So if they're generating at the dam, we got current flow, kind of acts like a river, especially if you're up on the upper half where you actually have some noticeable current flow. But on days where they're not generating, or if you're fishing the lower half or the bottom half of the reservoir where you don't have any noticeable flow, it fishes just like a lake. So what you see in my videos is we got a fish finally going down here. It's the same thing I'd do if I was fishing like a true lake. Okay, he may still have it here. He may still have it. Yeah, we're reeling another one in here finally, y'all. My phone's kind of facing into the sun. I hope we don't overheat. It's not too terribly hot out here today. It's actually quite comfortable, but Electronics and direct sun is never a good combination. Let's see what we got here. It's a dink. He threw the bait off too. Why'd you do that for, fish? Why'd you do that? You know we're short on bait fish. We may put on a piece of white bass. Let me set y'all back up here. Folks, I got Jimmy Edwards watching again. He's lost his wife Phyllis today. She was a good lady. She always watched the show with him. And so, Jimmy, it ain't much of a fish. It's wound up tighter than a Georgia pine, though. Dadgummit, fish. Acting a fool up in here, fish. I want you to calm down. We'll dedicate this in here to Jimmy's wife, Phyllis. Well, this fish is wound up, oh, Jimmy. Again, Jimmy, I'm very sorry for your loss, man. I hate that, I truly do. You just never, you never know what to say in that situation. Again, I was an ER nurse for a long time, and I figure I got about one more year on YouTube, and I'll be going back to it. And you just never know what to say to people. We all going to go through it, unfortunately. It's just a part of life, but it don't ever get easier. Well, he had me all, look at that. That fish got slime everywhere. All right, we're gonna mix it up a little bit here, y'all. Well, my screen went dark again. I hope that sun ain't about to fry it. If I suddenly disappear, y'all, the phone overheated. We need that sun to kind of go behind the cloud. We're gonna bust out a white bass. And these things are small. And I'm gonna put on a chunk. We just down to the nitty gritty here on the bait. The Deuce, he's got that boat, and we can get up there, right there below the dam with his boat. I can't do that in the kayak. I could, I guess, but it wouldn't be safe. I ain't risking my life over no skipjack or no white bass. Hopefully he'll make a bait run there. He says he's going to next week, and I'll hop out there with him and get loaded up again. But for now, we're gonna put this piece of white bass. We got our skipjack head on the other line. Piece of white bass on the other. And back down it goes. I do wish that sun would pop behind a cloud. I am fearful of the phone overheating. Even though it's not terribly hot, just the fact we're in direct sun. I don't even know what time it is. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Let me just feel my phone here. Let me put my hand on it. Yeah, it don't feel terribly hot. Maybe we're okay. Let's see. I have no idea where I left off at. Okay, there was Samuel's comment. There we go. We're about to get interrupted on the chat again because we got one after this head. Take it down, fish. Take it down. I think he may have it here. Get the camera. Well, I start to put the camera in the chest, he lets it go. Finally work back down here to some fish, maybe. We'll see if he comes back for it here. Brady Parrish said he was a diehard Patriots fan and now follow the Bucks because of Brady and Gronk. Yeah, I think that's the case with a lot of them Patriots fans. Okay, he's got it now. I know he's got it now, and that's actually looking like a pretty good takedown. That was a slow takedown, wasn't it? Goodness gracious. Yep, okay, we hooked up now. All right, y'all. You know what, though? Just feeling on this fish here, that takedown looked pretty good there to start, but I don't think he's going to be very big. He don't feel very big anyway. That's 2 fish here again right quick, though. That's encouraging. No, takedown was way bigger than the fish. Just another dink. That fish is upset with me now that I called him a dink. He's like some of these old men that watch CNN all the time that I pissed off earlier in the stream. This fish is mad at me. You watch and see. I'll get some Facebook comments today. They all blocked on YouTube. They'll go to Facebook. Probably share a CNN post with me. Let me set y'all up here. I'm going to be making some changes to this kayak, y'all. And one of them is I'm going to move the paddle behind me so I can more easily land fish on this side. And this one's, you going to knock yourself out, fish. You going to do it. Lord, you got my stinger hook in the paddle holder. There we go. Get up in here. Get up in here and act like somebody. We're going to find somebody to dedicate you to, fish. He's ornery thing, man. He's bit down on my thumb. He's got all kinds of foul language he's using here. I got the hook back. I got the head back. We needed that head back too. Glad he gave it up. Let me find somebody to dedicate this thing to. Oh, here's somebody. Havoc Master. Havoc Master hit me with a super chat. Havoc Master, this one's for you, buddy. Thank you for that super chat. I'll read your comment there in just a minute. Get out of here, fish. There he goes. He gone. Okay. I tell you, y'all, it ain't been a super productive morning, but we're grinding. We're getting a few bites just here and there, you know. That's how fishing goes a lot of times. You just got to take what you get. The first fish of the trip out here on the live stream has been the best thus far. It was a good size, quality fun sizer to start out with, but since then, the bites we've gotten have just been on the smaller side. I do think I missed a flathead there at one point, which I don't know. We'll never know how big it was or anything, but it acted like a flathead. We'll never know. Anyway, let's see if we can converse here. I want to see what Havoc Master said. Havoc Master said, I just looked at your video views. Keep those ultralight vids coming. They're doing great. One before last, about 30,000 a week. Good stuff. Well, thank you, Havoc Master. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, them ultralight videos. It's like the one yesterday, the views on it's terrible. But the one last week, the first few days were awful. And then it just took off. And now it's got 30-something thousand views. The one a couple weeks ago, same story, 50,000 views. I mean, those uncut ultralight videos are outperforming my regular catfish videos right now, because they're getting around 20,000 views at this point, and they'll continue to decline. Just this time of year, from September down through February, once we hit February, I'll be getting probably 10, 12,000 views per video in the first 24, 48 hours. And then once we get into spring, it'll pick back up again every year like clockwork. It's all about when YouTube starts pushing fishing content or kayak fishing content. I've got slime all over my hand, y'all. It's all over me. Let's see. Scroll down there. Adam Polk he says, the pedal kayak looks fun, but I'm spoiled with the spot lock on autopilot. I don't hear the beeping sounds like you had problems with. Hey, that's great, Adam. I'm glad you don't hear that beeping. Some people didn't hear it, like my dad friend. My dad has some hearing loss. He couldn't hear the beep. But if you could hear it, boy, it'd drive you insane. It had something to do supposedly with a frequency. Like if you can hear a certain frequency, you could hear the beeping. Some people can, some people can't, and I could, and it drove me so insane. And the people at the time, my front camera, I was using like the actual camera microphone, not this fancy shadazzle here. And I was getting just tons of complaints with people on that as I would film on the front camera. That beeping was driving them nuts. I was getting complaint after complaint after complaint, and it wasn't people like, you know, just being nasty complaining about the content. It was just they liked the show, but that beeping was taken away from what I was doing, and so that's why I ultimately went away from it. But yeah, that spot lock, it is very helpful. There's been times where I've been drifting in this one lately, and I found myself reaching for the spot lock when I need to sit still on some fish. I lost my spot again. You'd think as many live streams as I've done, I could keep up with where the hell I'm at, but I can't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna scroll down to. Oh, I think I was up too high on the chat box there. Went too far above. Photos Fishing Adventure says, what kind of mount do you have for your phone while live recording? It's kind of a DIY job. I took a battery hand grip, some ram balls, and a cell phone mount. I've DIY'd my camera stuff together here to make it work for me. Hey, thanks for tuning in today, Daniel Duran. I appreciate you, buddy. I don't know, Mr. Catfish himself. I've caught a few today. It's not been a spectacular morning, but we've gotten some bites. Yeah, Robert Howe, I could put a small umbrella over the camera, but then I'd be having a small umbrella over the camera. When I'm sitting here holding it right now, I'll be holding an umbrella too. No, Penny, I don't have a cover on the phone. I go coverless and caseless. If I drop it, it's game over. That's why I got the insurance. There's my man, Keith Hensley. He says, hey, Justin, just getting back to work from being on a cruise the last 5 days. Well, we feel terrible for you, Keith. Hope you've caught some big ones since I've been gone. I'll tell you what, Keith, you need to leave more often. Because while you was cruising this past week, I got some big flatheads. One video has been posted, the other video will come out on Monday, but I got some really good flatheads. So apparently the secret to my flathead success is Keith Hensley going on a cruise. So take your ass back to the Caribbean or Mexico or wherever the hell you was at, Keith, because I was doing far better fishing when you were gone than what I'm doing with you here. But thank you for your super chat. I appreciate you. Keith, I wish you would have gotten in the Survivor League with me. I've played fantasy football and fantasy baseball with Keith in the past. Him and I used to work together back in the day. But he was gone while I was making all the posts for the Survivor League. You missed out, Keith. I hope your vacation was worth it. I'm sure it was. Brady Parrish says, buy you a John boat since you don't want a big boat. Yeah, if I do go the boat route, I'll get a small aluminum boat. Brats and mustard. There's Frank. Boy, he took a tumble, y'all. He had a big kayaking adventure coming up. Now he's got him some broke ribs and can't go up. But he said, Grandpa told me early on in life, when it comes to hunting and fishing, it's not about the equipment you have to use, it's about how you use the equipment you have. That's a good life lesson right there, folks, and it's the damn truth. It's the damn truth. Some of the best fishermen are the guys you see out here in a small boat and 1 or 2 poles. They use their knowledge to catch the fish and not all the fancy gadgets. Says me, the guy who has live scope and spot lock motor and every gadget known to man. Two Passions Fishing. I have a Motor Guide XI3 on my other kayak. That's the motor. Oh, Melissa Portillo. She says, literally watching you on 2 screens. Love your videos. Do you happen to have the recipe you use for carp on video? Well, thank you, Melissa, for doubling my view time today. No, I don't. I don't think I've made I haven't made an official video on that panko recipe, but it's on the Catfish and Carp channel. But I'll tell you what I use, since you're watching me on 2 screens. I've been taking, if I'm mixing a big batch, I'll get me 4 cans of panko, the Walmart brand. They're like, I think they're 8-ounce cans or 15 cans, little cardboard cans of panko. I would do 4 of those. I'll do 1 family size can of corn. That's the big can, like I think it's like 15 ounces. And 6 ounces of Jell-O, mix all that up, and I'm good to go. And I pour the corn juice and all that in there. That's what I use to liquefy it. Sometimes, depending on how much water's in that can of corn, I may have to add some river water to it to get it moist enough. But that's been working, and that'll make a pretty big batch. That'll make enough for me to get a day of fishing. Lynn says I'll always be her favorite. Good. I'll tell Mark you said that, Lynn. Terry Spence says you have the perfect job now. You don't want politics. I really don't, Terry, but for me it was more of just a kind of one of them life things. It's like, you know, it'd be a cool life experience to say I've done it, and then there's the part of me that wonders if I could do it. I truly believe I could win in the local stuff, you know, just because I have such a huge following around here and I'm fairly competent on social media, and these other idiots are, here we go, we got one on the head over here. But those other idiots are still dependent on roadside signs to get their name out. But I definitely think I could win. This fish ain't gonna win though. I'm gonna win the battle against him, as I really mean here. This might be a better fish than what I initially thought. He did not act like a good fish, but he suddenly feels a little bigger. We're sitting on a pile of them right now too. Let me take the camera here a second and show you. See all them fish? I hope you can see with the glare. We got some fish right there under us. If you're just tuning in, first off, where the hell you been? Second off, I've been out here drifting today. We kind of been just working this little depression area here on the river, 55 feet right now. But we just kind of been drifting down the stretch, going up, drifting back down. Getting a few bites. Been a grind this morning, mostly smaller fish, 1 fun size, plus whatever this turns out to be. Feels decent. It's either a good fish or I've foul hooked him or something, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be no monster, but he feels decent. Yeah, that's a fun sizer. I'll take that. And he's left the head bait on. Even better. We're getting the bait back. It's like it never even happened, fish. All right, let me set y'all back up here. We gotta set you back up here a minute. I'm gonna tire this one out. Me and my Old Town kayak today, my pedal kayak, I don't have a lot of floor space here. So when they go crazy on me, flopping around, twisting like they do, high likelihood of a hook or a fin in the foot. That'll ruin your day. I don't care how good a mood you're in when you come out. When the skin is breached with something sharp, whether it's fin or hook, your day's ruined. Let me scroll up here. I gotta find somebody. Chris Bell just hit me with a $10 super chat there. That's the last one I'm seeing on the screen right now. So Chris Bell's getting a fish dedicated to him right here now. Oh, I'm soaking wet, fish. Could have done without that. You burping too, you nasty. We got women watching now. Penny in Kentucky's a female. She don't want to hear you burping, fish. You nasty. You need to say excuse me. You embarrassed yourself here on live YouTube. Well, Chris Bell, there's you a fun sizer, buddy. Let me sit back here a little bit so we can get him on the screen. Yeah. You didn't fight that big when you first took off with the rod, fish. What happened? Did you get a burst of energy? Because you got bigger as the fight went on. He ain't telling me his secrets. Get out of here. Tell Chris Bell thank you, fish. That old fish didn't say a word on his way out. I'll say thank you, Chris Bell. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. Dry my hands off. We're going to fix this bait back and drop it back down. Yeah, if you tuned in late, y'all, we've been doing some drifting, been catching some fish, been getting some bites. This will be one of those days where it's not been action-packed. It's not been one fish after another. But after a few hours, you look back and you've grinded it out. You've got several bites and had a productive day in the end. That's how this day is going to be when it's said and done. He got my stinger fly all tangled up here. But we short on bait. I come out here today with 2 whole skipjacks, 2 really small white bass, and some scraps from a previous trip. And so normally if I'm in this kayak and only using 2 rods, I want everything as fresh as possible at all times. Today, we're kind of just we're making do today. Down that bait goes. The wind's kind of died down. It was blowing a little harder when I first got out here, and it was moving me at 0.5, 0.6, but right now I'm moving 0.3, which is probably just the current flow. I don't feel any breeze at all at the moment. Well, my phone feels hot. The sun has gotten hotter on my face too. I hope we don't overheat. If we overheat, y'all, I'm sorry. Let me scroll up and see where I left off. Okay, there was Chris Bell's comment. Thank you for that super chat again, Chris. Rob McLaughlin, $10. Are you there? Is anybody still left watching? Dadgummit. Bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. Is anybody still there left watching? Can anybody hear me? Anybody at all? Let's see. Samuel Harvey. Okay, I'm back, y'all. I overheated. I had to stick my phone down in the ice. I had to stick my phone in the ice of the cooler. I overheated there. Damn direct sun gets you every time. I was right in the middle of reading Rob McLaughlin's $10 super chat, and we got cut off, Rob. I'm so sorry. Damn sun. He says, I finally got on one of your live broadcasts just in time to see me overheat. He says, not sure if this will buy a beer where you are, but cheers all the same. Well, thank you, Rob. Sorry the sun don't want us being on a live stream today. Let me scroll on down. I had another one pop up. Let me make sure I get these super chats before I overheat again. There's Scott Harbaugh with a 20 spot. Thank you Thank you, Scott. He didn't leave a comment with it. Dick Studebaker hit me with $4.99 twice. He didn't leave a comment with either one of his either. Well, I'll tell you what there, Scott Harbaugh, thank you for the 20. I appreciate that, man. I wish you left a comment there. I'd have answered it or whatever with your comment. But either way, I'm happy you supporting the channel. Appreciate the heck out of you. And Dick Studebaker, we've been talking about him all morning. He's got the name of the year. One of my favorite names of all time. It's going to be my OnlyFans account name. He's hit me with $4.99 twice. I'll scroll on down, make sure I didn't miss any others here. There's Randy Thornberry with a 20. He says, come on, golly whopper. I tell you what, Randy, I'd about settle for a cloud instead of a golly whopper. We got some clouds out here. They're real sparse, but that sun up there is beaming down, and electronics and direct sun, they overheat. Sconeful, he's got the same idea the other fella about an umbrella. I'm holding this phone, man. If I'm holding an umbrella over it, it's ridiculous. And there'd be one more thing, when I put it in my chest, I'd have an umbrella right here at my chin. What we need is fall to come here and some cooler temperatures so electronics won't overheat. That's what we need. I'm about to take me a block of ice here and kind of put it on the back of the phone here. That's what I'm gonna do. My mom, I think it was, had an idea a while back about them ice packs, like not like an actual ice pack, but like those chemical ones, you know, where you break them in half and they get real cold. Like taping or strapping one of those to the back of the phone, and that might work. That might keep it cool. It's really that glass surface of the phone, you get that like magnifying effect when the sun beams down on it that causes the excessive heat. A cloud would definitely help our cause. If that sun could go behind one, it would be a miracle in itself. Comes one of these bass boaters down through here, y'all. All right, I'm done holding the ice on there. Hopefully we'll be all right. If I disappear again, well, that's because I overheated. He didn't even, I waved at him, he didn't wave at me. It was something concrete on the side of his boat. He's one of them fancy bass fishermen, got sponsors and stuff. Chance Allen says, what happened to your poor man's bimini top? I've got that on the other kayak. I need to rig up something to put it on this one too, I guess. I normally, when it gets like this, I'm normally gone by now, off the water. What time is it? Yeah, it's 11 o'clock. I'm normally off the water around this time, most days. I'll try to turn a different angle here. Maybe that'll help our calls too. Scott Harbaugh says, get you a gel pack and strap it to the back. Keep a few of them in your cooler and your phone won't get wet. Yeah, that's probably what I'll end up trying. Want to be outdoors, says they sell good umbrellas with kayak clamps onto your chair. Yeah, my friend Dewey gave me one. I don't like him though, because I got my backpack, I got stuff behind my seat here, so when you got it folded down, it gets in the way. The other thing is those umbrellas are really small, so if you actually get caught out in some rain, you're going to get soaked, because them are just for shade and not for actual rain. I want something that can do both. So I got one of them big golf umbrellas that I rig up for my poor man's bimini top. Keith Doan, $4.99. He says, fish on, brother. Thank you, Keith. I hope we get some more fish. We've been getting them sporadically. Dwayne Williams says, well, my trip to fish in Tennessee got postponed. Fishing guide had some unforeseen things come up. Looks like it may be next month. Well, I mean, you might could call the Deuce up here. I don't know if he's got any openings this weekend. He's normally booked on the weekends. But he might could fit you in if he's got availability. There's Todd Warman from Wisconsin. Piggy Fish, John Shackelford. Yeah, it definitely got hotter out here. I don't know if the sun got through the haze or what. I can feel it hotter on my face. Felt the temperature go up a few degrees. Dick Studebaker. He says, Sophia out the fat ringer petite. I think he's got some typos. I don't know what that means, Dick. He says, just wanted to say 2 passions in my life were fishing and grading. Maybe he meant gardening. Almost made me cry to see your garden a couple weeks ago. Well, thank you, Dick. Those garden videos are from last year. I had a feud with my neighbor. I'm still feuding with my neighbors. I hate them. But I got a fence up now. But my fence didn't get put up in time for me to put out a garden this year. And so I didn't want to be working in the garden and constantly looking at those people that I despise. I knew it would take away from my gardening activity. I wouldn't enjoy it. So I didn't put out a garden this year. I got a couple tomato plants growing in my compost bin. Sprouted up from seed. But that's it. Next year I'll hopefully have a garden again. I do enjoy gardening. But I don't enjoy my neighbors. Scott says he can't go fishing today because of resurfacing the parking lot, so he's living vicariously through me. Well, I hate that you can't go today, Scott. I bet you he's working hard out there today, resurfacing pavement out there in this heat. Keith Doan says need more flatheads. I agree. Photos Fishing Adventures says new merch ideas, gel pack with your logo on. That's a great idea. I meant to talk to Daniel too about the umbrellas with my logo too. The Poor Man's Bimini Top Kayak Catfish version. I thought that was a great idea. I know we can get some umbrellas with some logos on them. There's a big splash coming up right there in front of us over there. Here comes Leonardo DiCaprio standing up on this boat. Looks like he's standing up on the bow of it or something. He's trying to reenact Titanic here. Corey Johnson says, what's the deal with your neighbors? They're trash. That's my problem with them. They leave their property a mess. They got stuff sitting out everywhere under tarps. I put up a fence to block them out. Then, to make things worse, because their property wasn't trashy enough, they brought in their kinfolks, Jethro and Ellie Mae, and they put an RV right next to the property line. And so now Jethro and Ellie Mae's living right there between me and the people I hate, right on the property line, in an RV, which is illegal in my county. You can't live in an RV outside of a campground or designated trailer park. Not zoned for it, but they doing it. And I could have been a jerk and went and filed a complaint, but I didn't. I put up a fence instead. But I hate those people. Anyway. I hate a lot of people, apparently, as we've discovered today on this live stream. Dakota Buck says, how deep are you fishing? What's the water temp? Are you on bottom or just above? Right now I'm 58 feet, 78 degree water temp currently, surface temps, and I'm just off bottom, 2 or 3 feet. I'm up a little higher today than I normally would because I'm drifting, I'm talking to a live stream, I don't want to get snagged. So if I come up a little shallower, I want my baits up a little higher so I wasn't having to constantly readjust out here. Let me see. Dakota says, by the way, enjoying slaying these giants. Awesome, man. Thank you. No golly whoppers today, Todd. Just some couple fun sizers and a few dinks. Val, the sciatica is going great. I feel as good as I have felt in years. I'm still going to the chiropractor just once a week. I'm doing some abdominal exercises. And, you know, when I went down there that Chattanooga trip a couple months back, I was miserable. And I thought I'd just overdone it because I typically get sciatica ever since I got piriformis syndrome it's 2018. I guess it's been 4 years ago now. Time flies, man. It don't feel like it's been that long. But ever since then, I get sciatica once, twice a year. It'll last a week or two. And it was real bad. It was the worst it's been when I was on that Chattanooga trip with Elias. And so I went to chiropractor. I'm not a fan of chiropractors, but I wanted any help I could get, any kind of relief. And the chiropractor I went to, this is a different one than I've been to before. And I actually really like him because he's not all hocus pocus, supplements, you know, all the stuff chiropractors try to sell you on. He did the x-rays. We could see, you know, when my disc there was out of alignment. It was pinching that nerve. And his big thing was the core strength exercises, which is something the other chiropractors I've talked to in the past, they don't sell you on. You know, you go to a regular doctor, they want to throw some anti-inflammatories at you and some steroids. They don't want to actually fix the problem. They just want to treat the symptoms. And he's like, well, we're going to do some adjustments. We did some spinal decompression there for the first couple of weeks. It was basically they put me on a table and stretched me. And then we're going to work on your core strength. And he said that core strength is what's going to fix you long term. And so when we did the last x-rays, there was huge difference in my disc there. And now, I mean, I feel great. I feel as good as I have felt in years. And so I'm able to get back in this kayak here. I'm able to pedal. And so I feel great. So hopefully no more issues. Chiropractor didn't think I'd have any more problems as long as I keep up my core strength stuff. He thought, you know, I thought when I went down there to Chattanooga, I'd just overdone it. I'd sat in the kayak too long. I'd spent too much time in the seat. And he thought it was more of a culmination effect. It was kind of a poor posture for too long, and it was just kind of the straw that broke the camel's back type thing. It was just kind of what pushed me over the edge to that acute phase. But he thought it was more of a long-term issue. It's probably why I've continued to have sciatica once, twice a year, you know. But hopefully no more issues with it. We're going to overheat again here in a minute, y'all. I guarantee it. Sun's beaming down too bright. Aaron Goldsby says just the motivation he needs to get out there today. Go get them, man. Trey Barfield, I'm hopefully going to go to Florida this winter at some point, do some more shark fishing. I don't have a set date yet, but I definitely want to. Marshawn says, how is your car? Question before your phone shut down. It's good. Car's good. I got that deer I hit there, you know, a few months ago. I had a 2011 Honda Fit that I'd had for 11 years, 240,000 miles. I was going to drive it till the wheels fell off. So after I hit that deer, I got a 2020 model. It was used, low miles. And it's been a good car. I did learn that they changed the top of the car, the body design, somewhere between 2011 and 2020 because I went to put on my roof rack that fit my 2011 model. It does not fit the 2020 model. So that's unfortunate. But otherwise, everything's going good with it. I actually get a little bit better gas mileage on the new car pulling the trailer than what I did on my old one. In Pursuit says, I qualified for the King Cat slot. What advice do you have to give me to win? Well, I mean, best advice I can give you to win is pack a lunch and an afternoon snack because you're going to need it if you think you're going to beat me. No, I wish you the best of luck, man. I wasn't even going to fish in that King Cat. I'm tired of doing tournaments this year. But old Ryan Bortz wants to beat me so bad he can't stand it. I am literally his Super Bowl. It would mean the world to him to beat me in one of these tournaments. So I'm going to give him the shot. I offered to lay down for him and let him have it. He just, his pride won't let him take it. So he wants me to bring my A game. So I'm going to bring it. If he beats me, he beats me. But I'm gonna fish it just for him. Mark Beschel says he finished mowing the grass while listening to my live stream. It's great content, even your rants. Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad somebody likes this stuff. Creepy Pasta Poet said, crazy how you can be surrounded by clouds and none of them ever drift over you. That's the damn truth. I mean, look at that sun up there. No cloud around it. Clouds all over here, especially this direction. We got rain coming tomorrow, but that sun is unfiltered. And the wind stopped. We had some wind blowing when we got out here. That would help keep the phone cool too. But it's completely died off. Oh yeah, Marshawn, the birds pooped on it. I took some silicone, some black colored silicone, and filled in the rubber there where the birds ate it. And I took it to 2 car washes because I went to Pure Magic car wash out there in Lenore City. I paid $25 for a car wash. I come home, there's bird crap still all over the car. There's chemicals all over the car too. So I had to go back to a different car wash to wash my car again. But yeah, otherwise the car's doing okay. I had to get some silicone to fill in. It don't look great, but you got to be looking at it to see what I've done. So most people won't notice. Them damn buzzards though, man, there's something else. They got the Deuce there, they got his Jeep a while back. He takes a sheet, throws over his Jeep now. Well, we got back to the ramp. Here's what's bad about it, right? So we get back to the boat ramp that day where the buzzards had destroyed my car. And we get back and there's buzzards on everybody's vehicles except for mine. And I was like, ha ha, they like everybody's but mine. I escaped it today, and I get up there and I guess they had hit mine first because it was covered in, I thought it was crap. Apparently it was puke, as the internet has corrected me. But damn buzzards, man. Out of control around here. Tim Fowler says he'll be down that way in a few weeks. Do you think the transition period will affect the bite? No, I mean, the bite's going to continue to get better through the fall. That June to early July, you know, when the fish are on the nest here, that's the worst time to fish. As we come on out of July and into August, better quality fish start showing up, but they're skinny typically because they lost a lot of weight during the spawn. But once you get in now, September, October, especially once you get into October, November, those are really good months. The fish have got their weight back on from the spawn, and as the water starts to cool, they're going to start feeding up, put on that weight for winter. So fishing will get better from here on out. You should do good whenever you come down here. Corey Johnson said, are you going to bring your ultralight rod on your next Florida shark fit? No, I won't be ultralight fishing for sharks. That's the damn truth. And I'll be bringing in Catfish Sumo Elite 150 rods. I'm going to reel my line. We're coming up a little bit shallow there, so I'm going to drift on down here a little ways, y'all. We've gotten some, that one there's set okay. We've gotten some fish through this area, but I'm still not impressed with what we've got, so I'm going to move on down a little further here. I'm not going to fish too terribly much longer. But we're going to go a little while longer anyway, see if we can get another one. Let's see. Dakota Buck, any favorite fishing spots in North Carolina? I got a bunch of places over there I want to fish. I don't say I have a favorite, though. Penny, how long's it been since we've seen the baits? Well, that last fish I caught we put the head back down, and that other one's not been hit since I'd switched it out, so we should be good on that. Unfortunately, Penny, I don't have really any other fresh baits to switch them out with. We down to the nitty gritty here. Douglas says, "Don't people know you don't poke the bear?" That's the truth. Look right there, Penny. Right there's one of our baits getting hit. Well, he thought better of it. That fish is camera shy. I realized he's gonna be on video. He didn't want to see you people today. Oh, here's one from John Duck, 1999. He said, "I paid my debt from the Ultralight video." Well, thank you, John. I appreciate that, man. You bet me a lot of nickels in, didn't you? Ain't that funny, though? You know, sometimes you make a cast when you ultralight fishing. It's like, you know you're going to get bit. And then there's other times it's like, it makes me wonder why I even made the cast. Because I know I had no chance of, oh, hell, the nudists have showed up. Well, John Duck, thank you for the super chat. If you need some porno there or something, one of them spammers got us on there. Keith Doc Reed's all over it, though. I got great moderators. I've been turning on the subscriber-only chat. Like, you got to be a subscriber for a minute or so before they can comment. And that, Pontoon Jody put me on that tip. And that's helped a lot with the spammers. But I couldn't do it today because I just kind of went live sporadically. I didn't set it in advance. Corey Johnson, I don't know. We'll probably go down there to Pompano Beach again if me and the girlfriend go down. I may go down to Key West with the Elias V if that works out. He had messaged me the other day, and I asked him if he was still planning on going for an extended period of time. He was still on the fence about it. His views have been in the toilet, too, lately. So, been a lot of channels been kind of struggling lately. So, hopefully his channel will pick up, and he'll go down there to the Keys, and I'll have a place to stay down there with him. Oh, thank you, Randy. I'm glad you've enjoyed the show today. John Shackelford, he's here to the end, he says. Here with me to the end. Matt Lee from Minnesota. I got an email the other day wanting me to come up there and work a nursing strike in Duluth, I believe. Duluth, Minnesota is about to go out on strike. They were recruiting, offering tons of money. No, Dakota, I don't do any charters. I'm not licensed or insured for that kind of thing. Yeah, Aaron Goldsby, I had a camera rigged up last year to get some underwater shots, but it really didn't help my views at all, so I said it wasn't worth the hassle. No trip, no plans to go to Idaho, Ethan. Not anytime soon. I would like to go up there at some point, do some sturgeon fishing. Oh, here is, hold on, I got glare on the glasses there. Trey Barfield. He said, "Why did you switch from Daiwa Seagate reels?" I just wanted something smaller, really. Those Daiwa Seagates, I have the 35 size, and I love the retrieval, line retrievals, 48 inches per handle. And thank you for that super chat there, by the way, Trey. I love the 48 inches per handle turn, and the quality of the die was excellent. I mean, they're a great quality reel for the price. But I wanted something a little smaller, and I don't really need the non-level wind. It's great for getting extra distances on your cast from the bank, but I don't do a lot of bank fishing, really. And so the smaller sized Seagates, when you go from the 35 down to the 30, you lose a lot of your line retrieval. It goes from like 48 inches per handle turn down to 35 inches per handle turn. And I was talking over here at the dam one day to a striper fisherman, and he had these Shimano Takotas. And And I liked them. I liked the size of them, and they got 38 inches per handle turn. They got good line capacity. And so I thought, I'm gonna try them out. And so far, so good. So no real good reason to switch from the Daiwa other than just something different. But I'm liking the Shimano Takotas so far. I've only had them, I think I got them January, February. So I haven't even had them a full year yet. So time will tell on the quality long term. But so far they've been pretty good. Oh. Trey. I may dedicate one to Trey here. No, I ain't. Boy, as soon as that fish heard your name, he said, I'm out. That fish didn't want nothing to do with you. Hey, fish, tell me what kind of problem you got with Trey? He just gave me some super chat money. Seems like an okay guy to me. Well, I don't know why, Trey, I don't know why that fish don't like you, but he don't. Hopefully you and that fish will make up someday. Fishing from scratch, what's going on? Yeah, we've got a few today, buddy. Well, Charles Barker, I wouldn't mind collaborating with some locals. Last year, I kind of made an announcement that I was going down there, and nobody reached out to me wanting to collaborate. And I had reached out to Fishaholic Fishing because I like his videos. He does some good stuff, and he never responded. So I just kind of did my own thing. John Duck back with another $9.99. He said he watched every minute of that video. We need more of them. Well, John, let me ask you this, and thank you for that other super chat. How many of them you want? How many of those videos? So I've been, the last 3 weeks now, I've done one per week. How many's too many? Like, because, I mean, if it's an hour and a half, 2 hour video, as the bass boaters go by, if it's an hour and a half, 2 hour video, that's a long commitment for people to make. How often can you make that commitment? Because I could, like those ultralight videos, I'm filming for 1 to 2 hours. I turn the camera off, I'm right back to fishing. I'm just fishing for me. It's possible I could film for an hour, call a video, pick up right where I left off, film another one. I could post them damn things 5 days a week. But how often will people watch? That's the question. No, Charlie, I don't do any ultralight fishing for carp, eh? They enough of a battle on the tackle I use. We might get John Duck one here. That other fish didn't want nothing to do with Trey. Maybe this one will like John a little better. Maybe not. Here comes the Love Boat over here, Gilligan's Island. That might be, Keith Hensley was on a cruise there this past week. This might be his cruise ship coming up through here to refuel. They got a half a mile of the main channel this way they could go around. But instead they're gonna go over here right behind me. I tell you, these cruise ship captains over here, ain't all of them all that bright. Keith Doc Reed says, me for president. I don't think so, man. I can't hardly motivate myself to run for county commission, let alone a president. Oh, that's what's going on, y'all. Caleb Duggar fishing here. He says, we're down here practicing for high school tournament, and we're about to go past you in a red javelin. I bet that's why all these boats are on the water today, a high school tournament. Hey, thank you. Thank you for that, Caleb. When is your all's tournament, Caleb? Is it tomorrow? Because I've been doing a rain dance on here, hoping it would rain on all you bass boaters. Darren Kim says, the golly whoppers for the kayak are no joke. Like them so much. I've purchased 8 of them. Heck yeah, Darren. That's what I'm talking about. They do make it, I mean, and I know I sound like a salesman, but Catfish Sumo did a phenomenal job. I mean, we made these rods for me. These are my signature series rods, and they are exactly what I want. They got a little stiffer tip because I suspend baits a lot. but they're still light enough action that smaller fish, like some of them I've caught out here today, are still fun to reel in. But this handle is the best part. So that's in kayak mode right there. Short handle, I can tuck my arm into my chest, more ergonomic. I mean, I can drive that butt into my belly. I mean, more ergonomic, more comfortable reeling in big fish. But if I pull up over here on the bank, I got the bank extension. Now I can take my 7-foot kayak rod, turn it into an 8-foot surf rod like handle, a little bit longer, and get longer casts off the bank. Same rod, but yet if I'm out on a day and you know, maybe it's a day where I'm on a kayak fish part of the morning and then pull up on a bank to fish, I don't have to carry extra gear. One rod does it all. So thank you, Darren. I'm glad you like them. You just got me on a little sales pitch there for them. But appreciate that, man. Let's see. Where'd that other? Gary, I don't know what happened. You might have got knocked off. I got knocked off too, Gary. That might have been, I overheated a little while ago and got knocked off. So you might have got knocked off with me. Yeah, Caleb, I don't know. I seen several boats go by out here. I didn't see your comment till after the fact. I wasn't looking for the red javelin at the time. Let's see. There's John Duck back with a $4.99. He says, 2 to 3 a week for me. I put it on my 75-inch TV. It's the best TV show out there. Awesome, man. Thanks for watching me on the big screen. And thanks for that other super chat there, man. That's appreciated, man. That's interesting. 2 to 3 a week. I wonder if that's Mike Miller says he'd watch them all. Oh, Caleb says tomorrow, 250 boats. Don't fish Watts Bar tomorrow, y'all. You're going to get run over. 250 high schoolers out here. It's going to rain all day tomorrow too, Caleb. Mother Nature has smiled upon me once again by holding off on rain until the weekend and dousing some bass fishermen. But hey, Caleb, good luck to you. You know what I feel about bass fishermen, but you're watching my videos, so you obviously all right. You got good taste in YouTube videos, so I'm pulling for you, man. Best of luck to you. I hope you win it all. Make sure to take you, hey Caleb, though, make sure to take your rain suit tomorrow, because you're going to get wet. You might want to get you one of them motorcycle helmets too, because I imagine that rain at 70 miles an hour, that probably sting your face a little bit. Photo says he's watched the videos from start to finish. He's a good man. Yeah, I would like to do a collab over there with Elias in North Carolina. We've talked about it. I just got to get my butt over there. Oh, Caleb said the BFL's down there this weekend too. But we got all the bass fishermen in East Tennessee this weekend. Randy Thornsberry said, I've seen a few YouTubers putting out a bunch of the YouTube shorts and I'm not a fan of them. They're just small highlights. Yeah, I created a separate channel just for the shorts. And I only did that because YouTube was kind of pushing it so hard. I felt like, why not? But I'm with you. I don't like the shorts either. I don't like TikTok. It's just one of them things that, you know, if you're a content creator and YouTube's pushing something, it's in your best interest to do what the man wants. It's kind of like your boss at a regular job. You know, if your boss is honed in on some policy they're pushing this week, you know, whatever, it's best to just go ahead and just bend over and take it, you know, as opposed to trying to fight the man. But I'm with you, Randy. I feel the same way. And that's why I started a second channel for the shorts instead of putting it on my main channel. That way the people who like it can go subscribe to the Kayak Catfish Shorts channel, and the people who don't, they don't have to be exposed to it. Darren Faulkner, you know, he's watching me in math class right now. He needs to be learning arithmetic and how to do algebra and stuff. He's watching me. Tell your teacher, hey Darren, tell your teacher to put me on the TV there. I need the extra view time, Darren. Tell your teacher there to send me a super chat on here and send me a message. I want to talk to your teacher. I want to tell your teacher what they really need to be teaching you in school. Not all that algebra and calculus and crap you'll never use again. We can get you basic arithmetic down by about 5th grade. You good to go from there. Ed from Oklahoma says, is Catfish Sumo bringing Golly Whoppers to the conference in Kansas City? Yeah. Yeah, he'll have everything, his whole product lineup. They'll be there in Kansas City. Seth Cox says, keep the live and uncut coming. I love it. I play it in background at work. Awesome, man. I'll tell you, man, the uncut videos, the average view time, been amazing. It's way more than what I thought it'd be. Same way with the live stream replays. You know, if I go live for 3 hours, my replays will be 1.5 hours average view time. It's pretty amazing the percentage that gets watched. John Duck says, that mud turtle's behind you trying to get on camera, man. That thing, I couldn't believe he'd come up again. For those of you that ain't watched, so my last raw and uncut ultralight video, I snagged what I thought was the log. I thought I was in a tree, and I got over there on top of it. I was trying to work it free, and it started to pull back a little bit. And I finally got up there, and it was a big old mud turtle, or what I call mud turtle. And I didn't have a net. I forgot my pliers that day too. I was in bad shape. I was trying to get that dang thing free, and he finally worked himself under the kayak, and he broke me off on my prop on the pedal drive. And so I'm retying, you know, we get back to fishing. A few minutes later, there's that damn turtle again, comes up and breaches the surface over there to get back on the video. So, danged old turtle, man. They'll do anything to get their moment of fame. He's taking every second he could of his camera time. You just never know what you're going to hook into out there. Val O says there's a whole channel dedicated to your shorts. Must be age restricted. John Ratliff says he has my videos playing all day on both TVs. Heck yeah, man. I need more people like you, John. Vox Guitar Rock says, kids in my daughter's graduating class couldn't read an analog watch. Mo Jorson says, have you talked some college football yet? We ain't really talked college today. We've talked some NFL. Tomorrow's games, I'm going to watch Tennessee and Pittsburgh, obviously. That should be a little bit more competitive game than Ball State last week. Hopefully we'll win. We're favored by 6. And I'll probably watch Florida and Kentucky tomorrow night. That's an interesting game. I think Florida was favored by 6, and Florida upset Utah last week. But I don't know. Kentucky's pretty good. We'll see. That's an interesting game. That's my interesting game. I don't really give a damn about Alabama and Texas. Normally that'd be a good game, but I think Alabama's going to blow them out because Texas is rebuilding and Alabama's just Alabama. But those two, Tennessee, Pittsburgh, and Florida and Kentucky, I'll be watching tomorrow. JP Detroit, my man, he's back. What's going on? He's over there in South Africa. He says, I'm not too eager to contribute to shrinking attention spans, uncuts, and live rule. Hey, thank you, man. You and me, JP, we on the same page with it, buddy. We like the same thing. And thank you for that super chat, buddy. Yeah, I don't understand the concept of the shorts. I get it for TikTok purposes because, you know, you take advantage of short attention spans. And, you know, my TikTok, if I get on TikTok, it's all girls. Like, TikTok knows what I like. It's girls shaking their ass on there every time I scroll through. But I don't understand why YouTube has their own good thing going. It's like, why try to get into that space where they're already behind? And I don't know. 2 different platforms, but again, YouTube's pushing it. They want people making shorts. They ain't paying us a dime for it, but they want you doing it. So I thought I'd put out a few on that other channel to see what happens. And worst case scenario, I'm building subscribers up on that other channel. So if something ever happens with this one, I can just easily pop over to the next one, and I've got a second channel already ready to go. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. But I was going to give it about a month on there, posting a couple shorts videos a day, and I think we're almost at the 1 month mark. I think I'm right at like 500 subscribers and 100 and something thousand total views. None of those shorts videos have really taken off. It's all been anywhere from like 20 views to 3,000 views. None of them have performed well for me. Oh, the porno spammers are back. Oh, JP. Oh, we had another bite there. Bite's really slowed down. I never do good midday. Midday here, you know, we're probably around noon now, ain't we? 11:30ish. I never do any good this hour. I like the morning bite and I like an afternoon bite. Sometimes you can fish at night. Back before YouTube, I did a lot of fishing at night, and it would do good then. But this midday hours here, from like now till 3, 4 o'clock, I'll never do worth a crap. Jacob Griffin. What's up, Jacob? Ortiz, we got a few bites today. We got a few fish. Been slow here the last hour or so. Yeah, I used to be into bow fishing. I used to have a boat set up for it. Boo Spruce going to Chickamauga in 2 weeks. Wants some tips. I don't fish Chick a lot, but you can do the same things there as what you'd see me do on Watts Bar in Fort Loudon here on my videos. Right now, I'd still be working them main channels down there on Chickamauga. That's where I've been getting my best fish at here on Watts Bar. What we got in here right now, y'all? 250 people. It's been a lot lower today. I probably ran off a bunch of people when I went on my rant against everybody who's every third post on my Facebook people. It's kind of nice being able to keep up with the chat a little bit more consistently. I should run people off more often. Sometimes if I got 700, 800 people in a chat box at one time and that thing's just scrolling, I can't keep up. Today's been a pretty good day. That may be the secret to live stream success, is piss off people early on so I can interact with the people who want to be here. Tommy Bounds says fishing with you is so relaxing. I'm glad you like it, Tommy. I'd like for these fish to not be so relaxed right now. They in a daggone slumber. I may have to reel up some baits here a little bit too. We're up to 51 feet here. I'm gonna be dragging bottom in a minute. I've just kept drifting down. Yeah, we're gonna have to raise that up. I was in that little depression there and we've started to come out of it, and I don't know, we got bites in there, y'all. The bar has been set high for me on recent trips because I've done so well, both numbers and big flatheads. So today when I get a couple fun sizers and grinding out some dinks, I'm not as grateful as what I am on a lot of days. Once we get into winter, and I hate winter fishing. It's good for a lot of people. You can get on a good bite occasionally, but I hate being cold. There's a lot of days I go out and don't do any good. I'll be wishing for a day like today. But with the bar being set so high on my recent trips, today's left a lot to be desired fishing-wise. But y'all have made it fun. Y'all have listened to my rants. We've pissed off a few people. We've had some fun today. No, Corey, I hardly ever bring a jigging rod. I do occasionally. Elias has tried to make me a believer in the jigging, but I get bored with it very quickly. I don't have the patience for it. James says, the nature boy catfishing. I like it. Randy Shaw says, it's your channel. You can say whatever the hell you want to say, and if people don't like it, they can stop. That's my attitude, Randy. Me and you on the same wavelength on that. I feel the same way. Dead Sea Pirates Fishing says, do you think the fall transition has started in Tennessee? No, not really. I'm still been on a deep ledge pattern that I've been on the last couple months. So there's probably some more fish working up as our water temps cool, but we're still 78 degrees here, surface temps. So I think we got a couple more weeks here. Mo Jorson hit me with a 20 as we were getting tapped over there. He says, thanks for the years of entertainment. I have some topics if you need to chase people off. Oh, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that, but I'm pretty good at figuring out ways to piss people off on my own. I say enough stuff without even meaning to be offensive that runs people off. Oh, thank you for that super chat, though, man. I appreciate it. James says my rants are the best part of the live stream. Vox Guitar Rock says I'm the Bob Ross of catfishing. We need to paint. What did Bob Ross used to say? Here's a happy little tree, or he was always painting trees. I remember seeing some of his stuff as a kid. I guess he's probably dead by now. He was pretty old back then. Tommy Bounds says I'm full of stuffing like a turkey. I like some stuffing with my turkey. Oh, Lamar Henderson says, what do you think about the CM Punk fight backstage at AEW? You know, I was listening to Jim Cornette's. I listen to Jim Cornette pretty regularly. He's one of them people I subscribe to on YouTube. I don't listen to his full podcast, but I listen to the highlight clips. And he was talking about that, and I thought that was pretty interesting. I'm curious to see how that shakes out. Apparently, it was a real fight with CM Punk and the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega. I guess a 3-on-1 deal. And somebody whacked somebody over the head with a steel chair. Supposedly, people are going to be suspended and stuff and whatnot. So I'm curious to see how that shakes out. That's some actual... and it's sad that wrestling has got to the point where we're more interested in what's going on in the fights backstage than we are with what's going on in the ring. That's where we're at with wrestling these days. It's awful to watch. CM Punk and MJF's the only two things on AEW worth watching, unfortunately. I mean, Wretched, you probably could. I don't know why the hell you'd want to. It seems pretty stupid. John Shackelford said, what's the biggest super chat you've ever been blessed with? $500, John. Billy Hamilton hit me with $500 a few times last year. He's been busy trucking and stuff. He ain't been in the chat box much lately. He's one of my truck driver viewers. He's the biggest, and apparently 500 is the biggest you can do in a super chat. I just hit another spammer there. Hey, y'all, I beat Keith Doc Reed to that one. I was quick on the draw on that one, Keith. But yeah, 500 is the biggest. That was pretty amazing. They apparently on these super chats, they got limits on it. It's 500 a day, 2,000 a week. I don't know why they cap it at that, but that's what they do. Roman Reigns said he'll hit you with a tennis racket. Yeah. Old Jim Cornette, buddy. That's where I learned a lot of my cuss words as a kid. My great-grandma used to babysit me some back when she was alive. And I was real little, you know. I mean, we're talking 4 or 5 years old. But back then, WCW would come on the weekdays. You had a Friday night show, and Saturday morning, Saturday night, and Sunday morning. And then you also had one during the week. NWA was on during the week. We got that channel there on that show. And my great grandma, man, she got me into wrestling, and she didn't know that it was a work, you know, that it was kind of put on. I mean, to her, it was legit. I mean, it was real. And I learned cuss words. She hated Ric Flair, and she hated Jim Cornette. Look right here. Well, we got one. We may have one hooked up here. Well, he wanted it. If that fish ever bites, I'm going to take a tennis racket to him. But my great-grandma would tell Jim Cornette what she was going to do to him when she got hold of that tennis racket and where she was going to stick it. And I learned a lot of cuss words watching wrestling with her. Old Jim Cornette and Ric Flair, but she couldn't stand them, man. I don't care nothing about Braun Strowman. He's in that kind of newer age of wrestling that I know who he is, but I don't find him entertaining. Tiffany said the Young Bucks got the titles taken away. They're another team I never could get into. That's where I agree with Jim Cornette at, is I like the older school wrestling where it seemed real. Not all this acrobat stuff that they do today. I got to get me a swig, y'all. Hell, I've been live about 4 or 5 hours now. I don't think I've took a swig since I got started. I need to pee too, but I ain't going to do that live on camera. Many boats out here today. I probably shouldn't pee out here. All these little high school kids going by and stuff. I'd break their confidence if one of them drove by and saw me with my pants down. I don't really see nobody around right now. Lawnmower man's over there, of course. I don't know, y'all. What do you think? It's about time for me to take it to the house, I reckon. We're at that point in the day. If I was filming a regular video, I'd done left. I like fishing from dawn up till 11-ish or so, and I call it a day. Now, anyway, this time of year. Now, once it starts cooling off, I'll fish the afternoon hours. I'll go out in the evening and fish till dark. We're at that point now, though. I don't think we're going to do much better. I mean, you got a line in the water, you can get there's always a chance you're going to get bit. The old chip in the chair poker saying, we could have a 100-pounder hit at any time. I mean, it's always a possibility, but this hour of the day, I never really do any good this hour. I may take it out of here in a little bit. All right. Let's answer a few more comments here and see what time it is. It's 11:40. Let's go to noon, y'all. Let's go to noon. If somebody's got a direct line to these fish down there, give them a call and let them know if they want to get on a YouTube video. They got about 15 more minutes. Let's see. Now I done lost my spot. Okay, there's the spammers. Okay, we got them going. James says MJF's the best thing in wrestling. I agree. He's as close to old school wrestling as we'll ever get again, James. I love hearing his promos. And he's actually a pretty good wrestler, too. Melissa Montgomery says this crap behind me. Probably seen some weeds floating by. We got all kinds of weeds. It's that time of the year the weeds start to die and we get these big weed patches floating down the river. You know, Aaron Goldsby said he just met somebody on the spammer site. That there got hit. We might get us one more here. Let's see if he's actually got it. Oh yeah, he's got it. He's got it. Let me get the camera in the chest. That there is a solid hookup. He didn't mean to get it, but he got it. Good. Maybe we can end the video on a fish here. How about that? It's been a while. Come on up here, fish. Come show yourself off. I'm gonna have to reel up my other one here too. I'm getting a little bit shallow. I'm 47 feet there. Yeah, that white bass ain't been touched over here today. I like white bass for bait, but I like the bigger ones. Them smaller ones ain't got a lot of blood and oil and stuff in them. Both them I got was tiny things, 5-6 inches. What we got here? Y'all, that ain't a bad fish right there. That's another fun sizer. Let's get it over here and take a look at it. That might be the longest one of the day. I don't know weight-wise. That's a definite fun sizer though. Let's see. I'm gonna scroll up here. I'm gonna find me somebody to dedicate this one to. Where's old JP Detroit at? He's my South African man. He watches all the time, live streams. He watches my other videos, all the way from South Africa. I'm gonna dedicate this fish to him. He hit me with a super chat earlier. I never can remember the currency conversions. He hit me with 140 of his currency. I'm thinking it's $8 or $9 of ours. Very generous person though. JP Detroit, this one's for you, buddy. Oh boy, he's splashing too. Get over here, fish. Now you whooped. You whooped, doggone it. I'll tell you this though, y'all. For me to come out here with limited bait, 2 whole skipjacks and a couple small white bass, we've made the most of our baits out here today. By gosh, we got use out of them. Oh, hey, enough of that now. You get me and everybody watching at home all wet. And that's uncalled for. Oh, Lord. JP, your fish is out of control. If it wasn't such a long flight, I'd tell you to fly over here from South Africa and get hold of this fish for me. Because I can't hardly get a hold of him. This fish has got a big old sore on his face. Looks like a herpy. Get up here, fish, and calm it down now. Oh. Boy, this fish here's got a bad attitude, man. Bad attitude. Come here, fish. There we go, we got it. Wop the water off my face. Whew. JP Detroit, you still watching, buddy? That in there's for you. I think it's the longest fish. I'm not sure it's the heaviest fish of the day. Definitely a solid fun sizer though, man. He was a good fight. Took that rod over hard. Fought me all the way to the very end. I mean, even getting in the kayak, he didn't want to quit. Tell JP Detroit, thanks for the super chat and watching all the way in South Africa. This fish don't even know where South Africa is. Get out of here. There you go. Let's get my hands cleaned off here. We have got, well, I feel like we've done, I know that's the third fun sizer and a few other bites, but for the limited bait I had, I feel like we've done pretty good with it. This one here, he got the, well, he ran, there we go. Now we get it straightened out. He's got the mouth all tore up on that thing. Lord, he run the stinger fly plumb through there too. Goodness gracious. What time is it? We're fishing 8 more minutes, y'all. I'm going till noon, so we're gonna drop this bait back down. I'm gonna hook it like that though, because the mouth is too tore up to be able to hook it there again. All right, well, I guess that fish got the call. I told them put the call out there and let them know if any fish wanted to be on video, they're about to miss their chance. And that and there, he heard he had to come on with it, so he did. He wanted his moment of fame. There's probably at least a half dozen people watching too. That fish will get a modeling contract because of what we just did for him. Figures now, y'all, after all this, the clouds have finally blocked out the sun. Where was that at 2 hours ago when I was overheating? Lost most of the audience. Let's see. Hell, I don't know where the hell I was at. These damn spammers keep popping up with their porno stuff. The rod over there was getting tapped. Mac McKinnis, club member, he says, I'm a truck driver too, and you talking about Ric Flair, I guess that's how you spell it. It was the way he was a butt in the wrestling ring. He's that way in person. I seen him at a truck stop a long time ago. That's funny. Well, it's more authentic if you can play the part 24 hours a day. Tommy Bounds, it's Walmart brand pink lemonade flavor. Corey Johnson says, will it help if we report the nude spammer? I doubt it, because they've been reported on every live stream I've ever done, and they keep popping up. The only thing that helps is to turn on subscriber only mode, which I can't do from my phone. So since I didn't set this stream in advance, I wasn't able to turn that feature on today. Outdoors for Life says, why don't you like channel cats? I don't like them because people ask me why I don't like them. That's the number one reason. Hey, we'll see you later, Photos Fishing Adventures. Glad you could stop by. Mac McKinnis says, I got 16 thumbs up. Yeah, I never get a lot of thumbs up. Whether live stream or regular videos, I don't get a lot of thumbs ups compared to other YouTubers. I don't know why, I just don't. I don't know that it really matters for anything anyway, but I never do, never have. John Shackelford says, can't wait for the next live. Would be awesome to have a 24-hour live stream. You know, Palmetto Cats did that one time. His Iron Man thing, he went live for 24 hours. I don't know how he done it. I could go live more often. I just don't know that there'd be a demand for it, you know. I don't know if it'd be worthwhile. Used to, like last year and stuff, my regular videos, I placed an emphasis on those because those are what paid the bills, and those always had a chance for a home run, you know, getting a viral video or something. But now those videos have petered out. The live streams typically get more views. Overall, they typically add more new subscribers. YouTube has made it clear they want me going live all the time. They want me to be a live stream channel. And on average, you know, you don't get the home runs on a live stream as far as financial stuff goes, but the average live stream does better than the average regular video. So I'm not opposed to going live more. I just don't like that YouTube wants me to do it. You know, I feel like they got their thumb on me a little bit. I want to do it because I want to do it, not because the man wants me to do it, if that makes sense. But the biggest challenge with going live is just cell phone service. And a lot of places, like the other day, 2 days ago, I got a big flathead. And I had gone live from a creek mouth just downstream from where I caught the flathead before, earlier this year. And I had cell phone service there. But the river is funny there because, like, where I caught the flathead, I got 1 bar of service. And then as I make my way down a few hundred yards more, I got 3 bars. And then a couple hundred yards beyond that, I'm back down to 1 bar. It's very weird. service was so spotty. And so I knew with me drifting that area, I was like, I want to go live, but I'm on a buffer. We're going to have service issues there. So I ended up not doing it. But that's the biggest frustration for me out here live streaming, is just not being able to fish everywhere I want to fish, or not being able to drift. Like today, this area I can drift through here, and I was able to do what I wanted to do out here, but a lot of times I'm pretty much have to anchor. I need to make sure I got service and stay there, don't move. Anyway, another long-winded thing nobody gives a crap about. Val O says, I work at Walmart. I'm going to push for you to get a sponsorship for all the gracious advertising. Hey, boy, that'd be great, Val. I hope you got some pull in there, because by God, I do. When I go to my local Walmart, I can't even hardly get panko breadcrumbs anymore, because I'm selling out for them down here. I do use Walmart brand whenever I can, because I'm cheap. Aaron Goldsby, it just depends on editing a video. It depends on how long it is. The longest part for me is usually watching it back. So like if I do a normal video that's 45 minutes long, whenever I'm done editing it, I need to make sure everything's been edited out appropriately, you know. So I have to watch it back. So that's 45 minutes right there. And if I film in 4K, it's a big file. So it takes a little while to render it, and then you got to get it uploaded, which takes a few hours, which I can go do other things while it's uploaded. But so it kind of depends. You know, most videos, if it's a 45-minute video, it might take 2 or 3 hours. I've switched down this year to one camera. Last year, I was spending an ungodly amount of time editing because I had multiple cameras. And at one point last year, I was running 3 cameras. I had the chest cam, I had a front camera, and I had the camera I was doing underwater stuff with. And those videos was taking forever to edit, and I was like, this ain't worth it. You know, I just ain't. I'm spending too much time behind the computer. And so this year I really, over the winter, and last year's kind of off season on stuff, I really spent time I rigged me up a new mount up here for the camera so I can go chest to front camera with one camera. Do it all, keep all the footage on one camera. Now it sucks if something goes wrong, you get a bad file, a corrupted file, you've lost your whole trip. Or if you got audio issues, you lose the whole trip. That's happened a few times. It's bit me, but it's really sped up my editing. But still, you know, if I fish 5 days this week, that's 5 days I got to go home and sit behind the computer, and I just don't like editing. I don't like it. If I can go live, and today when I go home, I'm going to eat some lunch. I'm probably going to get the dog, Daphne the dog, and we're going to go somewhere. We'll go have some fun. And then the girlfriend gets home this evening, I'll hang out with her. I'm done for the day. And when I do these unedited videos like I've been doing with the Ultralight, I go home, I got to put the files on the computer, you know, but I don't have to sit there and edit, and I don't watch it back. You know, I don't have that downtime, you know, so I'm enjoying that part more than the editing, especially now that the edited videos just aren't performing well. Why that is, I don't know. I guess my channel's just kind of run its course, but hopefully I'll make a new audience here with the live streams and the unedited stuff potentially, if that continues to go well, and be able to sustain the channel a little while longer. And again, long-winded thing there. I don't even know how I got off on that tangent. It was Aaron Goldsby asking about how long it takes to edit a video. Blame Aaron, y'all. Jason Smith says, I think you have a even channel, a great mix of everything, carp, cats, ultralight. I wish you'd hit a bass tournament again. Probably not worth it, but I enjoyed them. Well, thank you, Jason. Yeah, I was going to fish a bass tournament a couple weeks ago, and pro moderator ended up not going, so I didn't go. And I didn't go to the one last night because I wanted to watch the Rams and Bills game. So I'll be fishing another one here at some point. I don't have any definitive plans. The Weeknight Tournament Classic is coming up. That'll be a weekend day. I'll go fish it. So that'll be one for sure that I'm fishing. Mr. Getty says, is there a kayak you would recommend to a complete newbie? I'd recommend you go demo some, man. That's the best thing I could give you, best advice I could give you. Go to your local shop on a demo day and try out as many as you possibly can, because it's impossible for me to recommend a kayak because everybody's body type is different. Your height, your weight, your sense of balance, how much stuff you're going to carry in a kayak, all that plays a role in what's going to be the best kayak for you. So I really can't recommend any specific one. Seat time's the best way to learn what you're going to like the best. Hey, thank you, Tommy. I'm glad you've enjoyed it today. Val says, love kicking out the TikTokers, best part of the job. That's funny. Yeah, I'd say Walmart probably does get their fair share of social media people. Rob McLaughlin says, I wish they'd stock the gulp minnows Justin uses at the stores near me. Amazon's the only place I can find them. I don't want to give them any more money than I have to. Yeah, Amazon usually works out to be in the cheapest place to get them most of the time, which is good for me because, you know, I got that Amazon link, pays me a commission when people buy through the link, so don't pay much. You know, it's just a 20-something cents, 30-something cents a jar, I think, but I mean, I've sold a bunch of jars, so it's paid off through the years. No, Desmond, I've never flipped in deeper water. One time last year on the Ocoee River, got into a tree and flipped, but that's been the only time. All right, y'all. Well, it's 12:03. We was going till noon, so I think I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go get me something to eat and go get Daphne the dog. We're gonna go and I don't know where we'll go today. We'll find us some walking trail. She's getting better on the leash. She's kind of indifferent to car rides. My old dog, Roscoe, he loved the car ride. He loved going play. It was his favorite thing in the world. Daphne's kind of indifferent to it, but she's going whether she wants to or not. That's just the way it is. But anyway, I'm going to take the weekend off, watch some football. We're pulling, for those of you following along in my Survivor League, again, we're pulling for Denver on Monday night. We need Russell Wilson to win so that I advance on to the next week. I've got one other video filmed and edited. That'll be out on Monday. Big flathead in that video. 2 big flatheads, actually. Got them on stinger flies. That'll be interesting to some of you all out there. It's a fun trip. Unique experience for sure. Hold on, y'all. Clinton G. $10. Thank you, Clinton G. He said, just ordered me a Kayak Carp sticker for my kayak. Heck yeah, man. Thanks for doing that, and thanks for the super chat there, Clinton. I appreciate that, man. I think that Kayak Carp logo, I mean, I'm biased, obviously, because it's the new logo, but I think it turned out pretty well. The guy did a fantastic job on it. So, got shirts and hoodies up on the merch website. The stickers are available at Catfish Sumo. We'll see how much demand and interest there is. May have some hats made. The shirts and hoodies are easy because those are printed on demand, and the stickers are cheap. The hats we have to buy in advance. And so those are upfront costs. So I kind of want to gauge the interest, see how much of the shirts and hoodies and stickers and stuff sell before we do hats. But may do those there eventually. All right, y'all. Well, I guess I'm going to get out of here. Everybody that tuned in today, we got another spammer to block. Let me go ahead and block the spammer there. Got them gone. But everybody that tuned in today, thanks. Everybody that super chatted me, thanks. All my moderators, y'all have worked overtime today. The job don't pay nothing, but you've worked hard. You've done a fantastic job blocking out all these spammers today. Wish we could have got more fish, but that's always the case. And again, my sincere condolences to Jimmy Edwards, who lost his wife today. It's a terrible tragedy. I hate that. I really do for Jimmy. It's I'm really sad about that. Jimmy's been a big supporter of my channel. And he's a good guy. He loves catfishing. He loved watching the videos with his wife, and I hate to hear of her passing. So Thinking of you today, Jimmy. Wish you the best with that, man. Again, I don't even know what to say about it, really. They ain't never good words for that kind of situation, but you in my thoughts and my prayers, Jimmy. And to the rest of you out there, whatever you're doing this weekend, have fun, be safe, and go Russell Wilson on Monday night. I'll